Good morning, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sori Moon, your Master of Ceremony at this auspicious event, 12th International Seoul International Competition Forum. Actually, I used to work as news anchor at the Economic Broadcasting System, so it is indeed my great honor and pleasure to be the part of such a meaningful forum today. And this is hosted by Korea Fair Trade Commission, and on behalf of our host, I would like to express my heartfelt welcome and appreciation to all of you for taking your time to participate in this forum today. And in particular, we would like to especially thank our honorable guests who have traveled long distances to be with us here today on site. Thank you very much. And we sincerely hope that you will enjoy your stay here in Korea and spend a very pleasant and memorable time with us. Thank you very much once again for joining us today despite your very busy schedule. And now, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, we just make our opening declaration. So when I say International Competition Forum, please help us open the doors of today's forum with a big round of applause to celebrate this moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. Thank you very much for opening the doors of today's forum with a big round of applause all together. And today we have a special guest here. We cannot miss to introduce them to you. So as I call upon their name, please welcome them with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jeon Yun-chul, former chairman. Would you please stand? Welcome. And also today we have Mr. Kwon Oh-seung, former chairman. Thank you very much for sharing us your time. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Jung Ho-yeol, former chairman. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you once again. Now, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, to kick off today's forum, it is my great pleasure to invite to the podium Honorable Mr. Han Ki-jung, the chairperson of Korea Fair Trade Commission, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, I'm very glad that we are attending the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum with many experts from home and abroad. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Frederick Jenny, chairman of the OECD Competition Committee. My gratitude also goes out to Olivier Guédesson, Director General of the European Commission's Directorate General for Competition, and Kazuyuki Fuya, chair of the Japan Fair Trade Commission, for taking time away from their busy schedules to be here with us today. I'm deeply grateful to competition authorities, high-level officials from the US, UK, France, Australia, Germany, Canada, and others from across the world, and scholars and lawyers and journalists in the audience as well. Also again, I extend my gratitude to all on behalf of the Korean government. Obviously, ChatGPT has been the talk of the town since the start of the year. ChatGPT drew the attention of many people and gained as many as 100 million users in a matter of 2 months. It took 10 years for KakaoTalk, 4 years for Facebook, and 2.5 years for Instagram to reach 100 million users. Considering this, ChatGPT has grown at a surprisingly faster pace. Recently, however, an even more surprising service was released. Meta launched a messaging app called Threads, in a direct challenge to Twitter. Twitter's new rival Threads, which is tied to Instagram, took only 4 days to grow to 100 million users. During the time, KakaoTalk attracted 1 more user, ChatGPT attracted 60 users, and the Threads attracted 900 users. This clearly shows the influence of online platforms, which are integral to the digital economy. Since the outbreak of the COVID pandemic 3 years ago, the contactless way of life has become the norm. And the influence of digital technologies, including online platforms, has grown continuously. Now we are moving towards a digital society, and the shift is irreversible. From morning till night, in our day-to-day lives, we enjoy unprecedented benefits from various services offered by platforms. And now we can't imagine how to live without these services. However, what if such digital technologies stop innovating themselves, play against the market rules, and fail to fulfill their responsibilities to society, even when they are given enormous influence by being chosen by the market? It will not only cause direct harm to the public and consumers, but also undermines incentives to innovation by discouraging new startups from entering the market and preventing fair competition. At this time, we as competition authorities should fulfill our duties by establishing reasonable and effective rules for competition so that the technologies that lead us to the next era will serve as rich soil for ceaseless innovation, not hurdles that stifle innovation. In this context, I believe today's forum presents a great opportunity for competition authorities to share our experiences and opinions about our task at hand in the post-COVID era and set the right policy direction to take. Distinguished guests, today we came up with 3 discussion topics with a focus on current issues in online platforms for the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. At session 1, we will discuss how to regulate competition laws in digital markets. The size of the global online market is estimated to reach about $16.6 trillion, which is 10 times the GDP of South Korea last year. The market driven by the new technologies is growing at a rapid pace that we never imagined before. And it transforms our daily lives, providing remarkable convenience, and increases its power day by day. In response to the huge impact and influence of digital technologies, many competition authorities try to enhance the effectiveness of competition laws by pursuing system improvement along with the competition law enforcement enhancement. In Europe, ex-ante regulations are being introduced. They designate certain large digital platforms providing so-called core platform services to be subject to ex-ante regulations beforehand and prohibit them from abusing a dominant market position such as self-preferencing. The EU's Digital Markets Act and the 10th Amendment of the German Competition Act are the examples. The same goes for the UK's Digital Markets, Competition and the Consumer Bill, which was proposed in April. The Korea Fair Trade Commission is also making a lot of efforts to promote fair competition in the digital markets. We correct abuse of dominance in the digital infrastructure industry and the essential platform services, and continuously improve platform-related systems. Particularly late last year, we established guidelines for review of abuse of dominance by online platforms. The guidelines defined consistent enforcement standards and increased enforcement predictability for businesses. Confronting the challenges posed by powerful digital platforms, Do we need to introduce ex-ante regulations as a preventive measure, or we detect violations first and then impose ex-post regulations while continuously improving enforcement of laws and regulations? This is an ongoing question that deserves our attention and discussion. Through in-depth discussion of various experts joining us today, I hope that we can seek to shape competition regulations in the digital economy, which will allow the growth and innovation to continue in a constructive way in digital markets. At session 2, we'll discuss how to effectively review M&A deals in the modern economy. Over the recent 5 years, global big tech firms have expanded investments through mergers and acquisitions. In 2017, the number of 6 major big tech M&A deals were 49, and their total value neared $16.6 billion. In 2021, the figures increased by 5-fold to 218 and $85 billion. On one hand, such M&As have positive effects on markets. They can contribute to consumer welfare by providing connected services to users which reduce prices. They can also pave the way new innovative startups to emerge and grow by investing in businesses with potential. On the other hand, however, mergers between big techs can be used as a tool to get rid of potential competitors and monopolize a market, which requires us to stay vigilant. Especially, the importance of highly advanced artificial intelligence is increasingly growing, and ChatGPT is a case in point. In the sense that such advanced AI requires tremendous amounts of data to learn, we should pay particular attention to the impact of data concentration through business combinations on a market. That's why international competition authorities are seeking to improve traditional ways to review merger in a consideration of such risks. In Europe, for example, the DMA requires designated platform giants to report their mergers and acquisitions to the authority, regardless of the size of an acquired firm. The US recently released a draft of the updated merger guidelines, which tightens the market concentration threshold and addresses mergers involving multi-sided platforms. The KFTC is also seeking opinions from various people and groups in finding out ways to better assess anti-competitive effects in today's digital economy. Mergers that don't raise competition concerns can offer opportunities for both large companies and startups to drive a healthy growth and promote consumer welfare. Here today, this forum will allow us to share our stories of efforts and relevant issues. I hope we have meaningful discussions at today's forum that will lead to a more effective merger review process in each jurisdiction. Finally, at session 3, we'll discuss how to regulate self-preferencing by platforms. Today, digital platforms are no longer just intermediaries between consumers and suppliers. They provide various convenience and even public services, such as online personal verification. In particular, the public nature of the digital platforms has significantly increased during the COVID pandemic. As some have pointed out, in today's digital economy, online platforms serve a similar role as infrastructure in the industrial age, such as roads and electricity. In these platforms, businesses restrict the use of their services to their advantage. It would be a major blow to fair competition in the marketplace, just as certain companies are monopolizing roads and electricity. Therefore, competition authorities are working to ensure that the dominance of online platforms doesn't produce harmful effects like self-preferencing, to enhance the fairness in online platform markets, promote innovation of platform companies and startups, and encouraging them to take on challenges. The EU's Digital Markets Act prohibits self-preferencing in such rankings, and the UK introduced the Digital Markets, Competition and Consumers Bill to impose codes of conduct which can prevent digital platforms from engaging in self-preferencing. Earlier this year, the KFTC established the guidelines that included the criteria for determining self-preferencing, and it has been strictly sanctioning domestic platform giants such as Naver and Kakao for engaging in self-preferencing. Self-preferencing is a major antitrust violation for market players without platform business models, just like a referee participating in a game as a player. I hope we can take this opportunity to share our experiences and opinions on self-preferencing by platforms, to exchange constructive discussions on effective regulatory measures. Distinguished guests, once again, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all our moderators and panelists to accepting with pleasure our invitation to moderate and speak at each session. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants, including distinguished experts, for your continued support and cooperation with the KFTC. Before closing my remarks, I would like to express my hope that this forum will serve as a valuable opportunity to further develop competition policy for the era of the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Han Ki-jung, the chairperson of the Korea Fair Trade Commission, for organizing an event for expertise and competition from around the globe. And also, he has reminded us of the significance of today's forum through his keynote speech. Thank you very much once again for sharing with us expertise and information about current situation on competition as well. Thank you. And today, ladies and gentlemen, to congratulate the opening of today's competition forum, Ms. Baek Kye-ryun, the chairperson of the National Policy Committee, National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, sent us the congratulatory message, although she is not able to be here with us in person. So please pay your attention to the screen.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 국회 정무위원장 백혜련입니다. 제12회 서울국제경쟁포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이렇게 의미 있는 자리를 추진해 주신 공정거래위원회 한기정 위원장님께도 감사드립니다. 귀한 자리에 참석해 주신 각국 경쟁당국 관계자 및 학계 전문가 여러분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. 지난 3년간의 팬데믹 상황은 우리 사회에 많은 변화를 남겼습니다. 특히 디지털 경제의 주축이라 할 수 있는 온라인 플랫폼의 영향이 그 어느 때보다 컸습니다. 그러나 온라인 플랫폼이 적절히 제어받지 않은 채 빠르게 성장하면서 공정한 경쟁 질서를 해치는 등 많은 부작용이 발생하기도 하였습니다. 이는 소비자에게 막대한 피해를 입히는 것은 물론 스타트업이나 중소사업자들, 나아가 플랫폼 스스로의 혁신 동력을 저해하는 부작용을 철회할 수 있습니다. 이미 전 세계 입법기관과 경쟁 당국들은 디지털 경제로 야기될 수 있는 위험에 대응하여 다양한 방법으로 디지털 경제 시대를 대비하고 있습니다. 최근 EU와 독일에서는 거대 플랫폼 기업을 사전에 지정하여 기존 경쟁법보다 강화된 규제를 부과하는 법률을 제정해서 시행 중에 있으며 영국에서도 유사하게 디지털 시장을 규율하기 위한 법안이 발의되었습니다. 우리 국회에서도 디지털 시장이 초래할 수 있는 문제에 적극적으로 대응해야 한다는 인식에 공감하고 혁신을 위한 유인을 지속하면서도 시장의 반칙 행위를 근절할 수 있는 조화로운 개선 방안을 마련하기 위해 노력하고 있습니다. 세계 각국 전문가들의 경험과 생각을 공유할 수 있는 오늘 포럼이 그 어느 때보다도 뜻깊습니다. 이번 포럼이 플랫폼 독점을 비롯한 디지털 시장의 문제들에 대해 합리적이고 조화로운 정책 방향을 모색하는 좋은 기회가 되기를 기대합니다. 참석자 여러분의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your thoughtful word. Actually, we hope that the National Assembly will also support many of us audaciously working to establish a just competition order. And today, Ms. Linda M. Khan, the chair of the United States Federal Trade Commission, has sent us a congratulatory video clip for the opening of today's forum. So now, everyone, let us look at the video clip.
Morning, everybody. Thank you so much to Chairman Han and the Korea Fair Trade Commission for inviting me to speak today at the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. The KFTC is one of our closest competition partners, and I look forward to our continued engagement. I regret that I wasn't able to be here in person today, but I'm so pleased to have the opportunity to be with you via video and hope that I can come to a future event. First of all, I would like to congratulate the KFTC team for hosting what looks like a terrific conference, featuring a fantastic group of preeminent speakers and an agenda that covers many of today's most pressing competition issues. I'm sure today's session will yield engaging discussions about critical competition law and policy issues in digital markets and other key areas. I understand that one of today's sessions will focus on ensuring effective and efficient merger review. In light of the importance of robust merger enforcement to economic growth and dynamism and fair competition, this is a topic that has been a priority for us at the US FTC, especially as we've worked over the last year to revise our merger guidelines. You'll hear more about our revised merger guidelines this afternoon from Ken Merber, one of my key advisors who helped lead the revision of the merger guidelines, but I wanted to highlight a few key points. As you know, the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice's Antitrust Division issued proposed merger guidelines for public comment earlier this summer. Identifying and challenging mergers that may threaten competition has long been one of the key statutory obligations that competition enforcement agencies in the US have. And we've periodically updated our public guidelines going back decades to make sure that this document is best reflecting new learning, market developments, and current agency practices and approaches. Our most recent proposed revision are the product of significant effort from a team consisting of some of the most talented attorneys and economists across our agencies. We also sought and received direct input from the public to ensure that this draft reflects the experiences of people in their day-to-day lives facing the results and effects of consolidation and mergers. As you'll hear directly from Ken later today, we had three principal goals behind our proposed revision. First, we wanted to ensure that the guidelines reflect current market realities, including those arising in digital markets. This includes competition issues raised by mergers involving multi-sided platforms and those arising in zero-price markets. Second, we wanted to ensure that the guidelines faithfully reflect the antitrust laws and prevailing legal precedent. This includes reinforcing that mergers should not extend or further a trend towards concentration, and that when a merger involves competing buyers, the law requires that we consider the merger's impact on competition for workers or other sellers. And lastly, we sought to ensure that the guidelines provide an accessible and administrable merger review framework that courts and market participants and members of the public can readily understand and apply. We believe that these revisions will ensure that America's economy stays open and competitive, and that the American people will benefit from far more effective merger enforcement, which will lead to a stronger, more innovative, and more robust economy. I'll close my remarks with a reminder that you'll have an opportunity to learn more about these guidelines from Ken Merber later today, and just wanted to reiterate my thanks for the opportunity to join you all at this wonderful event, albeit virtually. I hope that the rest of the event goes well. Thanks so much, everybody, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Linda M. Khan, for remembering us and for sending us the congratulatory video with a remarkable message once again. And with that, we have heard all the remarks of this opening ceremony. Once again, we express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone just who shared their valuable words. Thank you very much once again. And this concludes the sequence of the opening ceremony. We'll take a short break. The session will commence at 10 a.m. Thank you very much. 감사합니다. So everyone, how was your break? We'll now be starting our long-awaited session. Before we start session 1, let me just give you a brief overview of our programs today. This year, the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum is composed of 3 sessions in total. And the first session will be held on the theme of how to regulate competition laws in digital markets. After the competition completion of session 1, we'll take the lunch break starting from 12 p.m. until 2 p.m. And after lunch, we will resume our forum and session 2 titled How to Effectively Review M&A Deals in the Modern Economy will begin at 2 p.m. on the dot. After the second session comes to the end, we'll take a short break, and then the third session will begin at 4:10 p.m. And our final session, session 3, will be conducted on the theme of how to regulate self-preferencing by platforms. For more details information, please refer to the proceeding we have distributed. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin session 1. So please allow me to introduce our honorable moderator of this session, Dr. Frederick Jenny, the chairman of the OECD Competition Committee. Dr. Frederick Jenny is professor of economics at ESSEC Business School in Paris. He was previously non-executive director of the Office of Fair Trading in the United Kingdom, counselor and service extraordinaire on the French Supreme Court. So I would like to hand off the microphone to our honorable moderator of this session. Please welcome him.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be back in Seoul for the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Chairman Han Ki-jong for having invited me. I am particularly happy to be able to chair this first panel on how to regulate competition laws in digital market, and on asking us what are the pros and the cons of ex-ante regulation vis-a-vis ex-post regulation. And the reason for my happiness to be able to chair this session is the fact I think that this is a crucially important and timely topic in all jurisdictions. So before we get started, let me say a few words of introduction on why I think that this topic is so important. One of the difficulties which is faced by competition authorities throughout the world is that competition doesn't take place in the digital world in the same way that it does in other sectors. In the non-digital sectors, we observe that competitors usually share the same technology and that they use this technology to buy inputs, including labor and capital and various other input, to provide a good or a service which they transform from inputs into an output, and then they sell this output to consumers. This is typically a one-sided market, a market where the firms are facing the consumers. Technology changes slowly, And the technology, the production technology, is crucially important to determine the markets and the sector. In the digital sector, there are a number of differences. One of those differences is that providers of digital services get data on users of their services, and that this data may be used either by the provider of the service to change the service, to upgrade the service, to make it more in line with the expectations of consumers, or may be sold by the provider of the service to third parties, whether they are advertisers or providers of other services or competing services. Indeed, what has been quite extraordinary over the last 30 years has been the immense reduction in the cost of acquiring, storing, analyzing, and distributing or exchanging data, thanks to development in technology and thanks to the development in artificial intelligence. So the data economy has become crucially important in the digital sector. There are two consequences of this development. The first one is that the provider of a digital service can choose to let users use its service or benefit from its service for free and still make money by selling the data that it gets from those users. A provider of service may in fact have a good reason to acquire as many users as possible, to create a network in order to benefit from cross-site network effects and from acquiring large amount of data, which can then be monetized by selling them to different other producers of services or advertisers. This is, for example, the business model of Google. We all know this. By looking at Google search, we see advertising, and advertisers are paying for the possibility of advertising on Google search. We get the service for free, but that service is in fact paid for by the advertiser. Other providers of services may stick to a more traditional model, business model, such as Apple, if I want to make a comparison. Apple charges reasonably high prices for the terminals that it sells, and does not rely on the sale of data to the extent that Google does. So what that means is that competitors can in fact have dissimilar business models, which is not so common. I mean, it can happen in the non-digital economy, but it is not so common. Steel makers tend to have the same business model, but competitors in the digital sector do not necessarily have the same business model. The second dimension that I want to point out is the fact that to acquire a lot of data on users may be, of course, an advantage for a large platform, in the sense that it allows the large platform to better match the quality and the specificity of the services that it offers to the requirements or the needs of the users. But it can also use the data to prevent entry, to prevent competition as well, by monopolizing it or by preventing its competitors from getting access to the same data. So there may be a complex relationship in the digital economy between the size of the platform, the ability to acquire a lot of data, its efficiency, and its possible anti-competitive behavior. And sorting out those complex relationships is more complicated than it is in the non-digital economy. My third and last observation of this is, on this is that innovations are frequent in the digital market. And in fact, most of the times, competitors compete not so much by duplicating the kind of services which is offered by others, but by differentiating their services and by innovation. So we have kind of a Schumpeterian kind of competition rather than what one can describe as a Stiglerian price competition. Of course, large platforms, powerful platforms, may also have the incentive and the power to prevent innovative competitors from entering the market, either by buying them up, and we just heard about killer acquisitions, or by using their market power to self-preference their own services in an unfair way, or by preventing smaller competitors from competing with them through other techniques, such as bundling and tying, for example. And this is, of course, what competition authorities want to avoid. The questions that are raised to competition authorities are then at three levels. First one, are the instruments that competition authorities traditionally use well adjusted for the analysis of competition in the digital economy, where a lot of the services are provided for free, where platforms or ecosystems compete rather than firms, where they compete on multi-market rather than on single-sided market, and where innovation is fast developing, where tipping effects are possible. Second question, what are the trade-offs in the digital economy between innovation and competition? And to what extent, by imposing more competition, is there a risk of restricting innovation? And the third issue is whether the ex post quasi-judicial proceedings, which we are used to, that are familiar to competition authorities, but which take time and are somewhat clumsy, whether those proceedings are agile enough to deal with the fast-developing digital sector, or whether it lets situations which cannot be redressed, for example, because the market is tipped and there is nothing much that one can do once this has taken place. So we're going to try to discuss those issues in this panel by focusing on what are the most important difficulties that are faced by competition authorities in the digital sector, what kind of solutions can competition authorities promote, and we'll see that there is a diversity of those possible solutions, when and how should regulation complement competition law, and what does all this mean for international competition. Now, I started by saying that all competition authorities face simultaneously the same set of problems, and we are all learning from each other, hence the value of a panel like the one we have. And I'm particularly happy because this is a great panel. We have on this panel next to me Commissioner Ko from the KFTC, Olivier Gerson, Director General of the Competition Directorate of the European Commission, Konrad Ost, who is the Vice President of the Bundeskartellamt, and with us on Zoom, Gina Klaas-Gottlieb, who is the Chair of the ACCC. All those competition authorities have been at the forefront of those issues, have come up with innovative solutions that we are going to try to compare, and have contributed very much to enlightening us on how one can better deal with the digital sector in the context of competition law. So without further ado, let me turn to the first question, just to have a quick view seen from the different competition authorities around here of what are the specific difficulties or the specificities of the digital sector which present a challenge for competition authorities. And let me turn to Commissioner Ko.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Byung Ko, Standing Commissioner of the KFTC. I am glad and honored to participate as a first presenter for this session. I understand that this competition forum focuses on the theme of challenges of competition law enforcement in the modern digital economy. The reason for choosing this theme is because the major changes are important for enforcing competition law in the modern economy, which include the emergence of innovative business with digital technologies and their rapid growth. I believe this topic is very timely because amid these changes, competition authorities need to prepare themselves to properly respond to antitrust issues such as the monopoly of big tech platforms. Session 1, I will be a good opportunity for us to look at the key characteristics of the digital economy and the challenges of competition law enforcement, and share the different experience of international enforcement partners from European Union, Germany, and Australia. In the following sessions, we are going to closely examine and discuss how to regulate unfair conduct, such as self-preferencing behaviors by big platform companies playing actively in multi-markets, and also issues related to digital mergers and so on. As you all know, the digital economy refers to a wide range of socio-economic changes, where the advancement of digital technology, of its use, centers around overall business activities happening in business to business, business to consumers. Although it can be variously described, I think the characteristics of the digital economy can be summarized by following 4 keywords: dynamic innovation, convergence, platforms, and data. First, competition in the digital economy is driven by innovation rather than price. Even if a certain conduct causes anti-competitive effects, like a decrease of the number of rivals in the short term, it may increase consumer benefits through technology innovation in the long term. By contrast, even if merging parties are not in rival relationship, but they are developing the same technology or product, that merger may generate an competition restrictive effect by removing alternative technology development in the long term. Therefore, it is more important and necessary to analyze the dynamic dimensions of competition, like the impact on innovations. Second picture is related to convergence. Different markets are more and more converged and connected. As a result, the boundaries between different markets are becoming blurred. Under this circumstance, competition for the market between different industries is more important than competition in the market to increase market share. For this reason, especially when we are dealing with non-horizontal merger cases, we need to consider the probability of greater anti-competitive effects, such as foreclosure effects, happened in cross-supply chains than in traditional economy. Third is the emergence of platform giant. Digital platforms are characterized by a two- or multi-sided market structure, zero pricing, and the tipping of customers due to network effect and data concentration. These features make it difficult to apply competition law established on the basis of traditional industry. For example, when considering network effect, a change of market share in a specific market may affect that of another market. Therefore, it may be inappropriate to assess its dominance using only market share of a single market. Lastly, the ability to collect and use consumer data has become more and more important as resources for competition. New business models offer core services like searching and social network service for free, but generate profits through digital advertising combined with those free services. In this situation, competition for data collection and attracting consumers' attention will be intense. We need to think more about new types of competitive effects raised by integration of informational assets through digital merger and acquisition. To summarize, when it comes to enforcement of competition law in digital era, analyzing these features and the changes of various digital markets and correctly evaluating the anti-competitive effects caused by the combination of those is more important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ko, for analyzing very precisely some of the crucial aspects of the digital economy and why this could create an issue for competition authority. Now, I would like to turn to Mr. Gerson. I mean, the EU, we all know, has initiated the Digital Market Act as an ex-ante mechanism to complement competition law in the EU. So there must have been a feeling that competition law in itself, ex-post competition law, was facing some difficulties to deal with the issue. So what were those difficulties that were felt by the EU Commission?
Yeah, thank you, Federica. Let me first thank Chairman Han and the KFTC for their kind invitation. It's my pleasure really to be here with you. Indeed, we have adopted the DMA almost a year ago, on 14th of September last year. And tomorrow, we will proceed with the first designation of gatekeepers. And these gatekeepers will have to implement the DMA early next year and report periodically on their implementation. So why is it that we felt it was important to have new rules? Well, several reasons, really. I think the European Commission has a fair enforcement of competition rules in the digital sector over the last 20 years. We have adopted just in the last 10 years more than 30 decisions. Most of them were reaffirmed by the EU courts. But there is a problem, and I subscribe to everything that Commissioner Ko has said on the characteristics of the digital sector, so that will allow me to be short. This sector is characterized by tremendous returns, huge effects, network effects that deploy very quickly. And also, as you mentioned, Frederic, the central role of data. And what we saw with competition enforcement, ex-post competition enforcement, is that it is flexible enough to address pretty much all the situations, but we're too late, because the network effects are so powerful that the effects are intended, and very often they are irreversible within just a few months, where we need a few years. So the central motivation for the DMA was in this time lap, really. Secondly, the traditional digital regulation in Europe was outdated. It was dating back the beginning of the 2000s and had not coped with the evolution of the platforms. So that led us to go two tracks. One traditional regulation track, this is what we call the DSA, in which we updated our traditional symmetric regulation of platforms, and to the DMA, which is an asymmetric regulation of platforms, only for those platforms that have market power, and that is very widely competition law inspired. Maybe a last word to say that there is also a dimension that regards mergers, as you mentioned. It's not only about killer acquisitions. I mean, some of these acquisitions are killer acquisitions, but some have a different purpose. The purpose is to integrate the innovation into the platform services. And the impact is that, of course, it raises barriers to entry. This is what we call entrenchment. It's not necessary to kill it. It may also be to make it more difficult to contest the gatekeeper function of the platform. So for this, we have introduced in the DMA, indeed, as Chairman Han mentioned in his introductory remarks, an obligation to report to the Commission acquisitions, whatever the size. And this connected to our implementation of Article 22 of the merger regulation allows us in principle to review any merger, whatever the threshold in terms of turnover. This is important because what we have seen in the recent past is that some of these mergers can be very detrimental to competition, even where the target has zero turnover. So there is no possible thresholds that can capture it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, which is one of the consequences of the fact that a number of services are offered for free, and therefore there is no threshold in terms of turnover that can be used. Interesting aspect, Commissioner Coe has insisted on the substantive issues as being difficult. Olivier Garçon has emphasized the lack of agility of the ex post mechanism. I would like to turn now to Ms. Cass Gottlieb, who is with us on Zoom, because the ACCC has also proposed some changes to the Australian government. I would like to ask her what were the reasons for proposing complements to the competition law in Australia.
Good morning to everyone. I'm delighted to be joining you on this important panel. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm sorry not to be with you in person. I'm going to address the commercial aspects which evidence the importance of digital platforms for Australian consumers and businesses, and then the critical position that they hold as gatekeepers in key parts of our economy. When we look at what are the metrics, which are on the first slide of the slides that I'd sent through, 83% of Australians own a smart device, 80% have a social media account, and Australians are on average spending almost 6 hours online a day. When we look at businesses, and particularly small businesses, digital platform services have been an important and, in fact, in many respects, essential way for them to access consumers effectively and at low cost. So, for example, Meta did a survey in 2021 of 1,000 small and medium-sized enterprises in Australia, which identified that 82% of them had used the Facebook and Instagram apps, so Meta apps, to start their businesses. So they were reliant upon those apps in order to be able to start their businesses. More than 14,000 Australian businesses, many of which are small or medium-sized, sold more than 27 million units around the world through Amazon in the 12 months to 30 June 2022. So it is the means for small and medium-sized Australian businesses to access trade in the world. Digital platform services are major drivers of productivity growth in our economy. The tech sector, in which digital platforms are playing an increasing significant role, contributed an estimated $1.6 billion to the Australian economy in the 2021 financial year, which is equivalent to 8.5% of our gross domestic product, which is very high for a country where our predominant contributors to GDP are resources and agricultural products. We are seeing expanding ecosystems of products and services, with many large platforms extending their reach beyond their original offerings, as seen in AI, health services, information storage in the cloud, and financial products, to name a few. These indeed, through the rapid expansion of ecosystems, as was referenced by Olivier just before, raise barriers to entry, competition, and contestability. The expanding platforms benefit significantly from existing economies of scale and scope, and critically, as the chairman referred to at the beginning, the opportunity to combine and amass vast quantities of granular, sophisticated user data collected across all of those services. It is clear to the ACCC that because of the significance of these services at each level of our economy for consumers and businesses, it is necessary to ensure effective competition for innovation, productivity, and the future prosperity of Australians domestically and in the world. In multiple of these respects, the digital platforms are acting as gatekeepers between Australian businesses and consumers, as shown by the 82% figure. This enables the businesses to control access to online consumers and to determine the terms by which businesses use their services. The gatekeeper role also gives the platforms the ability and incentive to engage in strategic conduct, which each of the prior speakers has referred to, such as self-preferencing, to entrench their market power and extend it. The ACCC has observed this over multiple inquiries since 2017, including self-preferencing, bundling, exclusivity agreements, impeding, creating friction for switching, denying interoperability, restricting the competitive features of competing apps as part of the terms of the App Store, and withholding access to important hardware, software, and data inputs. We're also concerned about lack of transparency for users as part of this double-sided no cash price. However, the price of taking of more data than people realise, degrading the quality of the services they offer, including the terms on which services are provided, such as increasing quantity of advertisements in the feeds. Based on the previous work, we've established a strong market evidence base that market power results in a wide range of harms to competition, consumers and businesses within Australia, which is the basis upon which we have argued that we need to move beyond a pure enforcement regime. Thanks very much, Chair.
Sorry, thank you very much, Gina, for this, and also for adding another dimension, both the dimension of gatekeeping, which is something which is not so common in the I'm not saying that it does not exist in the non-digital world, but it's certainly more frequent in the digital world, and a concern about whether consumers, among others, were well served by the transparency on those platforms. So we see a set of considerations that have been at the heart of the concerns by the competition authorities. So the next question, of course, is what can the competition authorities propose to complement the ex post enforcement, the traditional ex post enforcement of competition law. And here we are going to hear a number of different solutions, which shows that we are still learning, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, that probably the solution very much depend on the local circumstances, the particularity of each competition law, and the legal systems we have. Just to summarize very briefly, Mr. Ko for Korea is going to show that there is a particularly strong enforcement of a wide-ranging competition law as being one of the possible direction of action, together with some guidance to the platforms. Mr. Oz from Germany is going to show how Germany amended its competition law to be better able, in the context of the competition law, to deal with some of the new issues that were raised by the digital sector. Mr. Gerson is going to talk about the DMA, which is a regulation which is outside, complementary to competition law, but outside of the competition law. And finally, Ms. Kaz-Gottlieb will talk about the Australian proposal, which, somewhat like the British proposal, is for a bespoke kind of approach to those problems. So we can see that different countries have different sensitivity and different direction. And I would like to turn to Mr. Ko for sharing with us what is the situation in Korea and how far are we in complementing competition law enforcement, traditional competition law enforcement, with specific measure for the digital sector?
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned earlier, the emergence of a platform giant in the digital economy gives us point to think about in both aspects. On the one hand, platform companies are innovation leaders in the digital economy. They make positive contributions to economic growth by creating and providing new services, reducing transaction costs by distributing through platforms. They can also help producers grow by offering transaction tools based on digital economy, digital technology. Recently, we can often see the emergence of many small businesses like solopreneurs and YouTubers. On the other hand, as in many merger cases, there are negative effects at the same time, such as over-diversification of business, concentration of economic power, and the subordination of small online stores to large platforms. Considering these circumstances, the KFTC is actively enforcing competition law against antitrust violations, like the abuse of dominance and the various unfair practices, while making institutional improvements in order to effectively deal with the business activities of online platforms. Now, I would like to briefly introduce some of our few antitrust enforcement cases about the abuse of monopoly power. The KFTC recently imposed the remedy and fined Google for requiring mobile game makers to exclusively release their games on Google Play in order for their content to be shown on the top or at first on the online store's main pages. When one store, a rival Korean M-Market, was newly launched in 2016. Another case of exclusive abuse of market dominance is the Kakao Mobility case of last February this year. The KFTC imposed a remedy and a fine of 27 billion won on Kakao Mobility, Korea's #1 taxi hailing business. Kakao Mobility secretly manipulated algorithms to discriminatively allocate the users' call more favorably to its own franchise drivers than to non-franchise drivers. As a result, the firm's market share increased from 14.2% to 73.7% in the taxi franchise service market. Online platforms are rapidly diversifying their businesses, entering into related and neighboring markets. But some would criticize that digital mergers have not been sufficiently filtered out by competition authorities. OECD's statistics show that big tech, or the so-called GAFAM, acquired 825 companies from 1987 to 2020. Similarly, in Korea, it is known that leading platform companies acquired more than 100 companies in recent 5 years. Almost all of these mergers were approved by competition authorities. If we review mergers with the traditional toolkit in digital economy, we may not properly consider competition concerns. For instance, when we evaluate the anti-competitive effects of a platform business with zero pricing policy, toolkits based on the price increase may not be useful. For this reason, the KFTC is working on the merger guideline amendment in order to properly reflect the characteristics of digital mergers. In December 2020, the KFTC reviewed the merger between Korea's two biggest food delivery platforms. In reviewing this deal, the KFTC tried to assess anti-competitive effects by both-sided platforms. Specifically, the KFTC changed the SS-NIP test, which was designed for a single-sided market. Instead, we applied price increase based on the sum of two-sided prices, which considered cross-network effects from both consumer side and restaurant side. Also, in this case, the combination of information assets was our important concern as well. Information of gap users and their transaction itself was not a commodity or a production factor to exclude competitors. However, we carefully considered whether the concentration of information could create a huge gap in capabilities among delivery apps and whether it could restrict non-price competition, like reduction of marketing-related data information provision. Vertical restraints between large online platforms and their business users also have become an important issue. For instance, most favored nation clause, which big distribution platforms such as Coupang, Suk.com impose on small and medium-sized online suppliers, is often problematic issues. Also, as you can see in in-app purchase cases of Google, requiring online stores to use a certain payment method or to follow a specific payment policy might raise competitive concerns. The KFTC is now closely reviewing related cases to identify whether those kinds of conduct and practices are harmful to online stores or not. Okay, I'd like to introduce some institutional improvements. In addition, the KFTC has been trying to improve institutions to keep up with digital markets. At the end of last year, the KFTC established the online platform monopoly review guidelines, considering the unique features of the sector in order to create consistent law enforcement standards and increase predictability. The guidelines are intended to help applying current antitrust laws when reviewing market dominance abuse of online platforms. The new guidelines are developed to reflect the main characteristics of platforms, such as multi-sidedness and cross-network effect, economy of scope and scale, influence as a gatekeeper, and also data concentration and its portability and interoperability. Moreover, the KFTC formed a task force consisting of external experts in order to discuss online platform issues, including policy direction and creating level playing field on that area. The purpose of discussing online platform issues is to create a dynamic and innovation-friendly ecosystem through a healthy partnership between platforms and business users. To do so, in my opinion, following both aspects need to be considered: protecting users and creating a competitive environment. In order to protect users, there are following issues like whether to protect existing small and medium-sized businesses, to prevent platforms from abusing their market dominance over app developers and online stores, to form a partnership between platforms and online stores, and finally, to improve the bargaining power of business users and protect consumers. On the other hand, to create a fair competitive environment, there are following issues like whether to introduce ex-ante regulation to prevent anti-competitive effects, regulating directly anti-competitive conduct such as tying and self-preferencing, and improving institutions to intensely review potential anti-competitive practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ko. First of all, for showing in some aspects how, for example, when you talked about market in merger cases and the fact that when you look at platform, you have to look at the various sides and you have to adapt the SNP test, the fact that indeed competition law needs to be adapted. But overall, the impression one gets from what you said is that competition law enforcement is still the dominant, in Korea, the dominant way in which to deal with those issues, together with the guidelines that you have indicated as a guide to the platforms on what the competition law enforcement could be like. You haven't said whether you think that ex-ante regulation should be a complement, or do you feel that the system as it is, as you have described it, is sufficient to deal with most of the issues? I mean, in one brief comment on this. I'm saying this because I remember that I think it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we had a roundtable on those issues at the OECD, and the Korean contribution suggested that regulation was possibly necessary where competition law was insufficient. So is it your sense that competition law is not insufficient?
About the ex-ante regulations, we have not decided yet how to regulate directly some the unfair practices or not. So still, it's going on discuss that issues in Korea, and always it is still ongoing hot topics. So KFTC is now collecting various opinions how to regulate or not.
Okay, thank you very much. This is important because in many countries, it is true that we're still in a phase of experimentation. I mean, I think we'll come back to this when we talk possibly about the DMA and the fact that the DMA may be something that could be adapted in the future or complemented by other measures. But let me turn to Germany. So Germany is a country which has relied on its competition law to try to deal with those issues, but by amending its competition law, in particularly to deal with the issue which is not so easily reachable with traditional competition law, which is the issue of gatekeepers, not necessarily called gatekeepers in Germany, but it's the same idea. So, Chairman Ost, could you tell us about the developments in Germany?
Thank you. Before, let me thank Chairperson Hahn and the KFTC for the kind invitation to this conference. It's an honor and a pleasure to be at this conference. The German legislator was one of the first to expand its competition law to include some special provisions on digital. The first adjustments that was in 2017 were rather minor ones from an enforcer's point of view. There were clarifications, for example, that zero price markets exist and may pose competition problems, or that factors like network effects and access to data can be an important contributor to market power. So at that time, enforcement in the digital economy has been going on for a while under traditional antitrust rules. We had great cases, at least we thought there were great cases based on traditional set of rules. So these traditional rules combined with a, let's say, modern approach or innovative approach to these general rules. Some of you might have heard about our case against Facebook, we imposed restrictions on Facebook regarding user data processing. We considered it as to be an abuse of dominance of Facebook to combine data from different sources without prior consent of the users. Then we had a court story in Germany, and in the end, the European Court of Justice gave a judgment quite recently supporting main aspects of our case. And now the case is back on the national level before our national courts. And that case started in 2016. The decision was of 2019, and the case is still with the courts. And this case is considered to be fast compared to other antitrust cases of other authorities in Europe. And there was a broad consensus in Germany and elsewhere that the digital economy requires quicker enforcement and better suited rules. So legislators worldwide, including in Germany, have seen this need for new rules concerning digital markets, and the German legislator acted rather quickly. In January 2021, Section 19A of our Competition Act came into force. The aim of this section of Section 19A is to enable the Bundeskartellamt to intervene more effectively and an early stage when competition is threatened by large digital corporations. Section 19A has a clear foundation in competition law, perhaps with a slightly regulatory touch, but still based on a case-by-case approach. It requires a two-step procedure. In a first step, the Bundeskartellamt can determine that a company is of paramount significance for competition across markets. That's a long term, and I won't repeat it very often today. I will speak of significant companies. In a second step, such a significant company can then be prohibited from a certain conduct. To further streamline the enforcement, the legislator decided to streamline the appeal process as well. The first and final instance for an appeal against a decision based on 19A is now the German Federal Court of Justice. I put on the slide the first paragraph of 19A. The designation decision under Section 19A covers the undertaking as a whole. So we examine whether the company holds a position of economic power across markets, which allows it to engage in a way that is not sufficiently controlled by competition. The aspect of cross-market significance in Section 19 recognizes that due to the tendency to form ecosystems, market boundaries in the digital economy can become blurry, and expansion strategies can lead to constant expansions of the ecosystems. Competition from alternative providers of services take only place at the edges of ecosystems. This is because competitors are often only able to offer certain single services compared with the ecosystem operator, which can offer all. In addition, significant companies can, for example, determine or at least strongly influence the access conditions to its ecosystem. So they decide on the competitive opportunities. They become gatekeeper and rule makers. In our assessment, we consider all relevant circumstances in our decisions, in particular the factors listed in Section 19A, paragraph 1, as you can see on the slide. And it is important that it is a purely qualitative assessment. So there are no thresholds to be met, so quantitative thresholds. There is no automatism if you meet certain numbers. Since the beginning of 2021, we started with our cases, and we designated already Google and Meta and Amazon and Apple to be one of these companies. Neither Google nor Meta appealed, so these two decisions are already final. Amazon and Apple have appealed, and we will have to see what our Federal Court of Justice will decide on that. A designation proceedings concerning Microsoft has been launched earlier this year. So once designated, the Bundeskartellamt may activate prohibition rules concerning the conduct framed in general words in the law. With regard to the structure of these prohibitions, have a look at 19F paragraph 2, which is on the next slide. It takes a kind of middle course between the traditional antitrust rules on the one hand and the new regulatory regime that we have in Europe with the DMA, which will be presented later. Paragraph 2 contains 7 categories of prohibitions. Most of them are composed of rather abstractly formulated general principles, but they are accompanied by examples, by more specific standard examples. And these standard examples, a legislative technique often used by German law, makes it much easier to convince the courts, or in general everyone who is concerned, that we apply the law in the correct way. As I said, all prohibitions must be activated precisely. So in each individual case, we have to say what is forbidden, and they are not self-enforcing. The prohibition categories cover practices like self-preferential treatment, envelopment strategies, leveraging strategies, practices related to the processing of data, interoperability, data portability, and so on. It is debated whether you can frame these provisions as classic per se rules. One thing is made clear in the law: if and as far as the conduct in question is objectively justified, the prohibitions are not applicable. So that is a case-by-case analysis too. However, concerning this potential justification, the burden of proof lies with the company. We have started a number of conduct cases. I won't go into the details on basis of section 19. All companies have been designated were subject to these proceedings so far. They are, if you're interested, listed on our homepage, and they are here. One proceeding is already came to an end because Google changed its behavior on the Google News Showcase area. Here we achieved significant improvements for publishers. Another case concerning Meta, it concerned the headsets of Meta for the metaverse. You may know these new headsets for the virtual reality. Our case concerns the access to this headset. Facebook agreed that the headsets can now be used without a Facebook account, and this was helpful for us because that was one major concern. An ongoing case against Google relates to their data processing terms, another concerning Google Maps and as well its in-vehicle navigation services. We have cases against Apple's tracking rules. And last but not least, we have 2 cases against Amazon, one concerning a price control mechanism, and the second one deals with brand gating issues. Here we examine possible disadvantages for marketplace sellers caused by various instruments applied by Amazon. So what do we take from our first experience with the law? For the first part, the new type of addressee, companies with paramount significance across markets can be administered. So these rules can be administered. This works quite well in practice. As it is a qualitative assessment, it's not without burden for an authority to establish that. Second, the rules concerning conduct make enforcement obviously easier. They add some missing pieces of the puzzle when you have a case, but even if it's early to say, we are pretty convinced that the Section 19A is a powerful tool to address a new economic power held by the digital ecosystems. Thank you so far.
Thank you very much. So we do have in Germany, I would say, 2 adjustments, as has been described by Mr. Ost. First of all, the concept of paramount significance, which is different from the traditional concept of dominance on a relevant market, which is more narrow. And second, a set of prohibitions that, from what I understand, but you correct me if I'm wrong, are practices which would not necessarily be anti-competitive if they were examined in the context of a dominance, but when they are examined in the context of paramount significance, they are indeed prohibited. So we have a combination of the two changes, but all this within the competition law and also within, of course, the purview of the Bundeskartellamt as the regulator. So let me turn now to the DMA, to the European Union, which has chosen a different system, really, a system of creating a regulation separate from the competition law. So what were the reasons for that, and what does the DMA try to achieve?
Well, thank you, Frederick. I would like maybe to put this in context. I mean, as Conrad said, 19A is competition law with a touch of regulatory features, and the DMA is a regulation strongly rooted in competition law. Is the difference so big? I'm not so sure. And you're right to say that it has to do also with the idiosyncrasies of each legal system. In a legal system in Europe, if you want to have a regulation that harmonizes within the single market, it needs to be Article 114 of the treaty, so therefore not competition law. So there are a number of things that were important in this choice, but have little to do with the substance or actually the implementation. Secondly, it's important to say that the DMA addresses two types of issues, really: competition with the platforms, but also competition in the platforms, because the platforms are so powerful that they dictate the rules to the number of competitors that are competing in the platforms, and that is just as important. On these slides are the main ideas that govern the DMA. First of all, it's the scope, gatekeepers, here again, defined as undertakings having a paramount market power, in the words of the European Court of Justice. And what we have decided to do, unlike, for example, or British or Australian friends, is to go for a system of directly applicable, very specific provisions, for the reason I explained in my previous intervention. After more than 20 years implementing competition law ex post to these practices, what we have seen is that we sanction the same type of practices over and over again, and yet platforms reiterate. And they do reiterate because we come too late. We come with very big fines, but these fines are obviously less than the profits derived from the monopolization. So as a result, we thought, okay, fine, then what we need to do is to make it outright prohibited, which is one of the reasons why we opted for regulation, because at least in Europe, we cannot do this through competition law. It includes also a set of comprehensive remedies, fines, that go all the way to structural remedies. In other words, the power to split platforms if need be. But I will come back to this later. It's very complementary in our view to competition law, but I know you want to push us on this later on. So let's move. So designation. I mean, as I told you, we will designate gatekeepers tomorrow for the first wave of designation. Article 2.2 of the DMA identifies the core platform services that are in scope of the DMA. So in other words, and it's important to understand, for example, in terms of how it relates to instruments like 19A, what is not in scope of the DMA can be fully addressed by 19A. What is in scope of the DMA, in principle, the DMA is applicable, and therefore no other instruments at national level in the EU, except where instruments at national level a law to address situations that the DMA is not equipped with addressing. And all this means that to implement the DMA in a consistent way, together with traditional competition law and national laws, we need to have a very strong coordination among competition authorities in Europe, which we have in the framework of the European Competition Network. So, how does it work? Well, unlike under 19A, we have quantitative criteria. Basically, what presides to the architecture of the DMA is the idea that it is so intrusive into the behavior of private undertakings that it needs to be very precise. And the companies need to know what is authorized, what is mandated, and where they're free. So this is why we have this long list of obligations, which I will come to. This is why we have a precise delineation of cloud platform services. And this is why we have a set of quantitative criteria, which you see on the top line up there. Of course, you need also to have what the DMA called an entrenched and durable position. That is, in a way, the essence of a gatekeeper. But that immediately prompts a question, which is, these are tipping markets. So is it really wise to act only once the position is entrenched? So for this, we have two complementary instruments. One is a possibility to qualitatively designate gatekeepers. So you don't meet the thresholds, but still, we believe you are a gatekeeper. In that case, we need to make an investigation and come to a positive conclusion, which of course can be rebutted by the companies. And this can, in particular, apply to companies that have not yet an entrenched position, but are just about to acquire it. So we're trying to introduce some flexibility while keeping a very clear framework. So 7 companies have notified in July that they thought they were meeting the criteria. The Commission has 45 working days, and these 45 working days will finish tomorrow, where we will have, as I said, the first wave of designation. So compliance, that is, I will not go through this map. I think we will need the whole morning. But this is the list of obligations and prohibitions that are contained in Article 5, 6, and 7 of the DMA. It's quite a long list, and it's quite a precise list, I have to say. Maybe to underline a couple of them, a prohibition on self-preferencing in ranking, an obligation to promote switching and multi-homing, an obligation to ensure easy uninstalling of apps and changing defaults and choice screens, data access obligations for business users, and a ban on anti-steering and anti-disintermediating measures. All the obligations are directly applicable, and the burden to demonstrate effective compliance rests on the gatekeeper. Another very important distinction with traditional competition law, and which was one of the reasons why we have chosen to go for the regulatory route, because we couldn't have had this under competition law in Europe. Finally, the powers of the Commission and the DNA. As you see, the Commission is the sole enforcer of the DMA, and that makes sense because the nature of the gatekeepers, the nature of their practices means that they are at least European-wide. But of course, this enforcement needs to be run in close cooperation and coordination with our colleagues in the national competition authorities, because we need to, for each and every case, to make a determination of what is the optimal enforcement strategy. And the optimal enforcement strategy may be the DMA plus traditional antitrust, the DMA plus 19A, or a combination of all of this. And this is a determination that we will make together within the European Competition Network on a case-by-case basis. We have started this work already with the colleagues. We have, in essence, the same investigatory powers as we do have under competition rules. So I don't go back on this. You see this in the middle block. And the enforcement powers are also very similar. We can take non-compliance decisions with fines up to 10% of the world turnover. Repeated infringements, and that is different from the competition rule, leads to a doubling of that maximum. And finally, systematic non-compliance can lead to structural measures, which is the possibility to split up the activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I have two follow-up questions very briefly. One of them, is there an efficiency defense possible under the DMA? And if not, why do you think that there shouldn't be one? And the second one is a question which has been raised, which is to the extent that competitors offering the same type of service can have different business model, isn't there a difficulty in having obligations that apply to all platforms, irrespective of what their business model is? In other words, aren't there cases where, in fact, the general prohibition is going to work against a functioning market?
Yeah, thank you. On the first question on efficiency defense, the answer is no. There is no efficiency defense. And there are two reasons for this. The main reason, the substantive reason, is that there is nothing new in the do's and don'ts. These are practices that we have repeatedly examined under competition law, repeatedly sanctioned, and for which we never found that an efficiency defense was warranted. So for that reason, now that we make it an outright prohibition, the whole idea, and that's the second reason, is to have something that is clear and effective. So it is outright prohibited. We are not intending to go into months of discussion. The idea is precisely to avoid that. So both because we are talking about practices that we have repeatedly examined, these very practices, and never found any efficiency defense to be valid, and because the whole point is precisely to avoid entering into the type of long discussion, market definition, efficiency defense, etc., that we are too slow when we are implementing competition law. There is no efficiency defense foreseen in the DMA. Secondly, on the obligations and the kind of straitjacket phenomenon that you're mentioning, Fred, we tried to avoid that because the list of do's and don'ts, I didn't go into this in detail, but of course, it is clear that they do not all apply to all platforms. For example, the prohibition for sideloading doesn't apply to most of to Google search, but it's clearly applied to app stores. So it's not that all these do's and don'ts applied across the board to every situation. They're really targeted to specific situation, and again rooted in the more than 30 cases we have had under competition law.
Thank you very much. A follow-up question to Mr. Oost. Under Section 19A, is there an efficiency defense?
As I said, it's really a case-by-case assessment of the rules, and there's an objective justification. So within the arguments put forward by the undertakings, there might be arguments of efficiency, but then that has to be weighed, the pros and cons. So I would say it's not the traditional form of efficiency defense, but there could be arguments put forward in that respect.
Thank you very much. So let's turn now to the case of Australia, where the Australian Competition Commission has proposed something which is significantly, I think, different from the DMA that we've just heard about at the European level, and is probably closer to what has been proposed in the UK, which is more of a bespoke kind of regulation. So Gina Cass-Gottlieb, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, the ACCC does consider that while we have robust ex-post competition and consumer laws, that they're insufficient to address the harms to Australian consumers and businesses from digital platforms. Briefly, our reasoning for this is first that investigation and enforcement action, particularly in a common law jurisdiction like Australia, is lengthy, resource intensive, and we can't rely on it to provide timely or effective action. So unlike our colleagues, the European Commission, the Bundeskartellamt and the KFTC, the ACCC cannot reach an administrative decision as to breach and impose fines. If we consider there's a breach of the competition or consumer law, we need to go to court and prove our case. Just as an example of the length of time, it was more than a decade before the ACCC received a decision on an action against 15 international airlines for price-fixing agreements where decisions had been obtained in the UK and multiple other jurisdictions. And also, relevantly, Epic Games instituted ineffective use of dominance proceedings against Apple here in 2020 and Google in 2021 in relation to the platform's in-app payment requirements. Those cases won't go to trial until March 2024. So they haven't even commenced before the court, though they've been filed a number of years ago. In addition, when we look at if we were to be successful in litigation, the nature of our court processes and remedies, because it's a contested evidentiary common law process, is that the ultimate relief will focus narrowly on specific instances of particular conduct, necessarily confined to compensation and remedies for past harm, not looking to address what is currently happening and the future. In addition, those remedies are unable to address the underlying causes of market power and also to respond in the way Olivier was referring to, the dynamic change that the platforms do in what they offer and their ability to alter their conduct given the breadth and scope of the services that they offer. We also have learned the lesson, we believe, that enforcement action taken to date has not been effective in shifting the compliance culture of the firms. I mean, we can see that Google and other large platforms continue to come under scrutiny in each of our jurisdictions for engaging in practices that appear anti-competitive, despite significant enforcement outcomes, and particularly in the case of the European Commission, significantly higher penalties, but which have just been absorbed as a cost of doing business rather than altering culture. So for that reason, the ACCC has recommended to the Australian government that we should have ex-ante regulation. The framing that we've put to the government is first that there be a power which will probably sit legislatively, though we have put it as could be the decision of a relevant regulator such as the ACCC, which will be a power to designate digital platforms in respect of a specific digital platform service or services. The second then would be mandatory service-specific codes, Fred, as you've described, fit-for-purpose service-specific codes for each of the relevant designated platform, which would contain new targeted upfront competition obligations. In terms of designation, we have recommended that the relevant regulator be given a power to designate a digital platform firm, and then the specific digital platform service or services which meet the established criteria for designation. We have recommended a combination, and this in this sense is quite similar to the description just given in relation to the DMA, of quantitative criteria, including minimum thresholds such as monthly active users, the platform's global revenue, their revenue within Australia, and qualitative criteria requiring consideration of relevant characteristics such as whether the platform holds an important intermediary position, whether it has substantial market power in the provision of a digital platform service, and or whether it operates multiple services as part of an interlinking ecosystem. Then once designated, we are recommending, as has been noted by the Chair, similar to the UK proposed framing, codes of conduct that would have targeted obligations which would be developed by the relevant regulator, which would work alongside the existing competition laws. These would be informed by high-level principles set out in the legislation, including the promotion of competition on the merits, informed and effective consumer choice, and transparency for digital platform users. Each code of conduct would then contain service-specific conduct prohibitions to address anti-competitive conduct, unfair treatment of business users, and barriers to entry. We are proposing here prescriptive obligations targeting specific forms of behaviour, so similar to the prescriptive matters that are set out in the DMA in a legislative form, but specific to the particular designated platform and service, such as interoperability obligations to provide access to APIs, to hardware and software. In terms of the next steps, we are awaiting government decision as to whether to adopt recommendations. The two areas that the government has already moved on were in 2021, introduction of a news media bargaining code to oblige designated platforms to provide and pay news media services for the use of news media content. And secondly, our government is moving in relation to a code framework for the proliferation of scams on digital platforms.
Thank you very much. Just a question. The codes of conduct that you have in mind, would those code of conducts be service specific, or they would be specific to particular platforms designated?
Both.
Both.
So it would be specific to the designated platform and related to the service or services for which the competition harms have been identified.
Okay, so it would be quite a bespoke system, and there would be some kind of market analysis, market investigation in the reports that you are doing preliminary to try to decide what kind of obligation should be pursued.
Exactly. We do have a large body since 2017 looking at app stores, search, advertising, tech platforms, online marketplaces, a wide social media services. But they would likely need to be updated, but we would hope that that would be able to be done in an efficient way.
Okay. So thank you very much for this. So we can see that the institutional solutions are different. I mean, the spirit is more or always the same, but the way in which this is translated into reality very much depends on the institutional setting in general, but also I would say the scope of the competition law. I mean, it's clear that in countries where competition law includes consumer or where the competition authority has also responsibility for consumer protection, and where the competition law includes, for example, something like abuse of bargaining position, there is more leeway, of course, for the application of competition law, and there may be less necessity to have a specific ex ante regulation. Now, I wanted to spend a very brief time to comment or to ask Olivier to comment on something he said. He said that together with the national competition authorities, there will be a decision on which way to go when there is a case, whether it's the DMA or whether it's the competition law that should be used. I wanted to ask two questions. So what is exactly the nature of the complementarity between the two? And if there is this choice, does that create a certain amount of imprecision for the firms? What is likely to happen to them? In other words, can they anticipate whether the decision is going to be to use the DMA or to use the competition law instrument?
Yeah, thank you, Fred. So the slide here tries to explain it. What is important to understand is that in our system, competition law is always applicable. So whether or not you're in the scope of the DMA, Article 101 and 102 of the treaty, which is the articles against cartel-like behaviors and abuses of dominant positions, remain applicable. And so does national competition law. So that is quite important. Why? Because we have made this choice of having very specifically defined, narrowly defined, a set of obligations. The advantage is enforceability. We call it self-executable. The disadvantage is that, of course, it may be possible / easy to circumvent the obligation by doing something that is not exactly what is prohibited, but reaches exactly the same effect. We have been trying to cope for that disadvantage in two ways. First, in the DMA, there is an anti-circumvention provision, which basically says, well, if you're doing something just slightly different, reaching the same effect, you're caught by the DMA. If you're smart, it will be more than slightly different. It will be innovatively different, and it will be difficult to implement this anti-circumvention provision, in which case we will have to resort to competition law. So that's point one, and that's the horizontal complementarity with European competition law. Of course, there is a vertical complementarity with the national regimes as well, because Conrad has 19A, other countries in Europe have other specific or generic regimes, which are different, similar to a large extent, but different from the European regime, not least, as you just mentioned, because they're also in charge of consumer protection, they're also in charge of sectoral regulation sometimes, which gives them a completely different latitude to act. What we do intend is to make use of this complementarity. But if now I stay at the level of European competition law and DMA, what we think is that, of course, platforms will try to continue to milk the cow in the same way they've been doing, but they will have to change the way they do it because now they have the DMA. So what I think we will see is a string of completely innovative ways of doing business, maybe just as abusive as it used to be, but certainly different, and probably building on the specificities of the data economy, which allow to do things that you cannot do in the traditional economy. We need to be prepared for this, which is why we have this feedback loop between DMA and competition policy. We have a specific tool that allows the Commission to complement the DMA obligation on the list of core platform services on the basis of the developments in competition enforcement.
Thank you very much, explaining that this complementarity is really to ensure the effectiveness of the DMA. But just to be clear, is it correct to say that it remains that a national competition authority under its domestic law could go further, for example, than an obligation given by the DMA. And there is a certain amount of legal uncertainty for the firms.
No, it's perfectly correct, and there is nothing uncertain about it, because I'm sure that if indeed 19A, for example, allows to go further than the DMA, I'm almost certain the colleagues in the Bundeskartellamt will be willing to do it. So it's maybe inconvenient for the platforms, but I don't think it is a situation of legal uncertainty. And certainly we have a legal obligation, and in any case, a strong desire to coordinate. So from day one, our enforcement strategy will be clear. It will be the DMA, or it will be the DMA plus 19A, or it will be the DMA plus competition policy. The firms will be aware. And of course, this may change. My personal take is I doubt very much that in a number of cases, we will know from the outset which are exactly the best legal tools applicable. We will need to start the investigation in order to get a better idea. And that is the key reason why the DMA foresees the exact same investigatory powers as Article 101 and 102, is because we want to be able to transfer the collected evidence from a DMA file to a competition file, and also up and down to the national competition authorities.
Let me turn to Mr. Ost. How do you see the complementarity between Section 19A and the traditional instrument of competition law under the German Act?
Well, I just can support what Olivier said. 19A is a competition law tool in a way. So in the area when you just decide on the national level, do you use traditional antitrust rule or 19A? 19A is there to make life easier for the enforcers when you see the competitive problem. The interesting issue, of course, is the relation to the DMA. And the arguments in favor of parallel enforcement of traditional competition rules and the DMA on the European level are valid as well to the national 19A level. Because as was said, the DMA will only cover partly the harmful conduct of gatekeepers, and they are innovative in doing other harmful things. And the DMA is intended to do it only partly. That was a trade-off of having rather clear rules that you miss some conduct. The clearer you are, the more you have to miss out some new conduct. And if we agree that there's room for traditional antitrust on the European level to help out for these new types of abusive behavior, then antitrust still has its shortcomings that it has had before. So that's why I think it's quite useful that we have the possibility on the national level to have slightly different tools. So quite wisely, the DMA, the European instrument, took that into account and accepted not only traditional antitrust rule, but accepts in the parallel application of, let's say, this enhanced competition law. So they accepted, of course, where it's applicable, and not the national law. That's clear. So DMA, that's clear. But in the gaps, in the areas outside the boundaries of the DMA, national law might be applicable. 19A of the German Competition Act might be applicable. And the European legislators had that in mind, because 19A was already in force when it was decided on the DMA. So in concrete, for example, the gatekeepers designated in the DMA is a rather limited area. The 19A is more open in that. The services are pretty limited within the DMA. The 19A is more open in capturing other services, and which is important, the do's and don't, which are precise in the DMA, are limited, and the 19A is in its wording broader, as it's a case-by-case analysis. So I'm convinced that in addition to the DMA, there will be room for supplementary enforcement on European national level, on the national level of other European enforcers. And as you can see, what Olivier Gasson said, we are already in discussions on our respective cases, and we have cases on 19A, and from that you see that there's an important area of application of 19A cases. Thank you.
Let me finish, thank you very much for this, but let me finish by asking a general question, which is one of the things that comes out of those discussions is the fact that there's a reasonably fragmented landscape. Some of the fragmentation is due to differences, institutional differences in the countries, but some of them are also due to more substantive issues, and we've heard about recently that, for example, within Europe, between national laws and the EU law, there may be differences. So there have been requests which have been mentioned of regulators getting together and adopting common principles, or at least cooperating with each other in a way to try to reduce the fragmentation of regulation, which seems to be important, particularly for digital markets, which are global in nature. I must say that I've been trying to push this in the context of OECD with very little success, to be honest. It didn't seem that the members felt that there was a need, or that it was appropriate, or that it was they had enough experience to push towards a more consistent set of regulations. What is your take on this? I mean, do you think that cooperation on regulatory issues in the digital sector would be useful? Do you think that it's utopian, that we're too early in the game for that, and we have to experiment different solutions to see how they work out, and maybe when we get more experience, the time will come to have a closer cooperation between competition authorities? Let me turn to Mr. Ko for that.
Yeah, thank you. Globally, there are discussions about introducing ex-ante regulations in addition to existing antitrust laws. I think it is desirable that competition law enforcement should be based on ex-post regulations. It is because competition authorities usually review certain conduct of business by analyzing and assessing their effect on competition. The KFTC has been dealing competition issues with the active ex-post regulation basis. However, with the rapid transition to the digital economy, market structure and anti-competitive behaviors have become much different than they used to be. Some may criticize that the current antitrust tools alone cannot ensure effective enforcement against competition issues of digital markets. In addition, it is concerning that we may miss the golden hour to deal with the anti-competitive effect with ex-post regulation because of the unique feature of the digital economy. In light of this, as our panelists explained earlier, especially the EU, Germany, and Australia seem to be have introduced or is considering ex-ante regulation responding to large platform issues. The KFTC is also taking action to effectively deal with competitive issues in the digital markets. So far, we have learned a lot of valuable insights from studying overseas experiences. Today's presentations of excellent panelists also about the ex-ante regulation, the interplay of laws, the adaptability and the flexibility of Australian proposal, and so are very impressive to me. It will be a very useful and precious experience in order for us to think about how to enforce competition laws and make competition policy regarding the digital economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Mr. Ost. Mr. Gerson has pointed out the importance of the cooperation between the member states and the Commission and the coordination precisely on this regulatory issue. Do you feel that at the international level, over and beyond the EU, there is also a need for better coordination of regulations?
Yes, thank you. Maybe the word of coordination is sometimes differently used in different contexts. So when you coordinate among enforcers in Europe, the European Commission and the Bundeskartellamt, it's really like you do this case, we do that case, how do you do it? We exchange ideas, we work really closely together in the antitrust context. We have a network where we do dawn raids for the other authority, we exchange confidential information. That is a coordination in a strict sense, and that is absolutely necessary, and it works perfect on the antitrust area for the last 20 years in our European competition network. I think that all authorities involved did a great job, possibly because we have deep trust in each other, then even if you don't have it in your own hands, it's dealt well. On the international sphere, it's of course another matter. I think their coordination is more on the idea of coordinating the ideas, of putting together ideas, what is the right direction. So your work at the OECD is great, where you put together the ideas, or in the ICN. And I think that is going on and going further, but of course it lives of this coordination needs case practice, needs the experience of new laws, so it will evolve. And I think there's a great need, because we have to do it with huge undertakings acting worldwide. There is a need of coordinating these ideas and putting together these ideas, learn from each other, like in this conference, where I'm happy to be here to learn from the Korean experiences. And that, on that respect, I think international coordination is much needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for pointing out the fact that coordination can indeed be understood in two different meanings. One of them is the coordination of cases, and the other one is the coordination of principles that one applies. I'm always struck by the fact that when it comes to digital markets, which are by nature global markets, there must be a limit to the fact that national competition authorities each bring their own cases, and that over and beyond coordination on principles, particularly when you think about developing countries, how many Booking.com cases do you want to see? And isn't that a terrible waste to have the same issue in the same words being repeated over and over again in many jurisdictions? So, but this is the way cooperation is for the time being designed. But it does raise a question of how effective this is when we're talking about global market. Let me turn to Gina Kass-Gottlieb on this, and to ask you, to what extent do you consider foreign experiences in your proposals, and whether you think that coordination, irrespective of which meaning you give, but in particular cooperation principles, is or would be useful?
Paying significant attention to the international examples, including the ones that have been described this morning on the panel. We also see really significant benefit as a mid-sized economy for there being coherence in principles and core obligations. I'll just give two reasons for that. First, our experience has shown that the large gatekeeper global digital platforms are unlikely to implement oversees modifications in behaviour or remedies in Australia unless legally required to do so, given the strong incentive to maintain current conduct. So one example is there have been some recent changes by Apple in allowing third-party payment providers on their App Store in South Korea in relation to all apps following legislative intervention, and the Netherlands for dating apps only following enforcement intervention, and no such change has occurred in Australia. Secondly, we have had the example that upon the introduction of our legislation for the News Media Bargaining Code, there was quite a tense period in which both Google and Facebook threatened to remove services in Australia, and in fact did so in the case of Facebook for a period of time. And recently the same sort of threats through to modification of services has occurred in Canada in response to similar legislation. So there is quite an exercise of strong bargaining power, even as against governments as policymakers, possible here, and the ability to cooperate and have coherent regulation, given the size then of bringing together a global demand and market situation, is an important response. We recognise from an Australian perspective it's essential for us to take this into account, and it's one of the benefits we see of service-specific and flexibility with codes, because it allows us to take account of then the, as Olivier referred to, new ways of doing business in compliance with the new legal frameworks, which can then be more flexibly put into place under the service-specific codes.
Okay, thank you very much. This brings us pretty much to the end of our panel. We have a few minutes, so I don't know whether there are any questions or comments from the floor. If there are, I mean, we have a few minutes to try to answer them. Does anybody want to raise a question or make a comment? I don't see. Yes, I see one hand raised. If you could, on the fourth row to the left. Okay, so there's several hands. Okay, so we're going to take the questions, and then the panelists will answer them. So, please.
네, 법무법인 율촌의 신영선 고문입니다. 오늘 좋은 발표와 토론 내용 잘 들었습니다. 감사합니다. 저는 올리비에르 게르송 EU 경쟁총국장님에게 질문하고 싶은데요. 좀 전에 제니 위원장님이 질문하신 내용과 관련된 것입니다. DMA와 같은 사전 규제는 규제를 확실히 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 그렇지만 한편으로는 행위의 효과를 따지지 않고 일정한 행위를 금지하거나 이행 의무를 부과하는 것이기 때문에 문제점도 분명히 존재한다고 생각합니다. 아무리 규모가 큰 게이트키퍼의 행위라 하더라도 경쟁 제한 효과를 따지지 않고 일률적으로 적용하게 되면 적법한 행위마저 위법으로 판단하는 폴스 파지티브의 우려가 있다고 생각하는데 이런 문제점에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 의견을 듣고 싶습니다.
Thank you. There was another question on this side here.
마이크를 좀 다시 전달드리겠습니다. We'll change the microphone for the interpretation. So we have another mic. 네, 남자 스태프 여러분께서. 네.
Yeah, my question is related. My understanding is that the Commission is the sole enforcer of the DMA. So my question is, if the Commission finds a platform violated the DMA, but the platform disagrees, and is there any appeal process to the court? So if that is possible, then maybe also one attractiveness of the ex-ante regulation in terms of speediness might be compromised. So that's my question.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Last one. Yes, please. On the first row. Microphone is coming. Yeah.
오늘 그 네 분 아주 유익한 그 말씀들을 들었습니다. 근데 올리버 총장께 하나 묻고 싶은 건데요. 아까 그 독점을 따질 때 효율성의 차이를 따진다고 했는데 그 효율성이 있느냐 없느냐 하는 문제를 최종적으로 결정하는 것이 경쟁당국이 하는 건지 아니면은 사법부가 하는 건지 그것을 좀 알고 싶고요. 아까 그 제니 위원장께서 지금 글로벌 마케트 하에서 경쟁당국의 긴밀한 협조가 필요하다는 말씀에 저는 전적으로 공감을 하고 있습니다. 지금 옛날하고 달라서 무한경쟁 시대에 돌입했기 때문에 경쟁당국의 더구나 이 디지털 마케트 하에서는 엄청난 규모의 그 세계적인 와이드로 이 거래가 이루어지기 때문에 경쟁당국의 협조가 필요하다고 보는데 이 문제를 제니 위원장이나 EU 당국에서는 심각히 결정을 해줘야 할 문제라고 생각을 합니다. 제가 그 한국의 공정거래법의 초안을 만든 사람인데요. 예를 들어서 그 오스트 이 독일 청장께서는 EU하고 어떤 제도적인 측면에서 정책적인 측면에서 충돌이 없는지 이걸 좀 묻고 싶습니다.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to the panelists for their answers. Maybe Olivier, you have to be the first.
Thank you. I'll try to wrap up. First, on the false negative issue. Well, it is a regulation. So that means what is prohibited is prohibited. You know, it's not that. That's what I tried to make clear when answering to Frederick's question on efficiencies. Is you cannot self-reference. You cannot prohibit sideloading on your app store, etc., etc. So what is mandated is mandated. What is prohibited is prohibited. That's the reason why it's so specifically defined, and that's the reason why you will. Certainly not in the initial project by the Commission. It's a bit different after the Parliament, but mostly 99% are practices that were sanctioned as being illegal more than once under competition law. Yet, there is a possibility of rebuttal by the platforms, which they may use, in order to either explain that they are not a gatekeeper, or to explain that their practice is not caught by the prohibition. But the presumption is that it is, and the burden of proof lies with them. Also very different with traditional competition policy. The second question was on the court system. That two questions on this. No decision taken by the Commission in the field of competition policy and CIRCUM, I would say, like the DMA, is definitive. It can always be challenged to the European courts, of course. It goes for the decisions in antitrust as it goes for the DMA. So if a company believes that we were wrong in our DMA decision, they, of course, can always appeal within 2 months of the decision to the European General Court, and then have a second degree of review to the European Court of Justice. That's the thing. And maybe And that goes, of course, for designation as for all the other decisions that could be taken under the designation, but also non-compliance decision if we believe indeed that some obligations of the DNA are not complied with. And maybe a last remark on the question of international cooperation. One, we do cooperate. We discuss intensively in the ICN. And I think that it's not by chance that all the standards that we see around the world, Korea, in the UK, in Australia or in Europe, wherever in Europe, they're different, but they're consistent with each other in their goals, in their motives, and probably in what they achieve. And I think that there is some value in diversity, because we have opted in Europe for a system with a narrow list of very well-defined practices that are prohibited outright. The UK, Australia have opted for an open system. The price to pay it's a bit longer in the beginning, but it's more flexible. And I think there is value of having the two systems coexisting because they're very complementary.
Well, thank you very much for this. On behalf of all of you, I would like to thank the panelists. I have one wish, a personal wish. I wish that the next panel on this would include also lawyers and economists. I think that we didn't really have them on our mind very precisely during this discussion, which was highly interesting, was extremely illuminating on what were the motivations, but also what were the realizations. So I think it was really interesting. There are a few questions that economists have raised, including in Europe, on the wisdom of having across-the-board prohibitions and some comments on some of those prohibitions. There is certainly also the legal questions associated with predictability and consistency. So Olivier said that there was a great deal of consistency. Whether this is a consistency which is sufficiently recognized by the legal profession is something that would be also interesting to see. But I think that this discussion has been very clear and illuminating on both the differences, but where the competition authorities were coming from, what were the reasons for their choices, and sometimes for their uncertainties or the fact that they needed more time to think about it. I think that this is to a large extent an exploratory period for competition authorities and regulators throughout the world for an issue which is not going to go away. So thank you very much for having participated in this discussion. And thank you to Gina for her participation through the Zoom. So thank you to all of you. And let me thank the panelists.
And also thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Frederick Jenny, to lead this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause to our moderator and the speakers. Thank you. Yes, we'll invite yourselves back. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, this session we were able to examine what kind of subjective regulation method are in the digital market. Thank you very much for the passionate debates. And now it is time to take our lunch break. But for your just information, the second session will begin at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. It would be very appreciated if everyone comes back in time and be seated for our next program starting at 2 p.m. We'll invite all speakers of the Seoul International Competition Forum and the first ASEAN CIS KFTC Enforces Summit and the honorable invited guests to the EWN Hall for your lunch. And for other attendees, a lunchbox will be served if you stay seated. And also we'll prepare tofu sandwiches for those who have a special dietary at the information desk just in front of this hall. Once more, we'd like to invite all speakers of this Seoul International Competition Forum and the first ASEAN CISKFTC Enforcers Summit to the EWN Hall. Also will invite honorable invited guests to the EWN Hall for your lunch, and for other attendees, we'll provide you just lunchbox here. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your meals. Thank you. 감사합니다. Now, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed your meals and get some fresh air through the lunchtime. Now we'll begin the second session of the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. We'll talk about in this session how to effectively review M&A deals in the modern economy. I am very pleased and honored to announce that session 2 will be moderated by the Honorable Dr. Hwang Lee, who is currently serving as the professor of School of Law at Korea University. Before we start the session 2, please let me give you the brief introduction of our distinguished moderator of this session. Dr. Lee is the Dean of Korea University School of Law, and he had been working as the Korea Fair Trade Commission for 12 years. And also, in addition, he was awarded the National Order of Service Merit in the Red Stripes in 2020 in recognition of his contribution to the promotion of competition policy and law enforcement. So it is my great honor to hand over the microphone to our distinguished moderator of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I am very happy and privileged to moderate the second session of the Seoul International Competition Forum. At the second session, we are going to discuss the important topic of merger review, paying a focus on the digital sector. And before we start, I'd like to introduce our 4 distinguished speakers. From my left, let me introduce Mr. Kazuyuki Furuya, who is the chairman of the Japanese Fair Trade Commission. And next we have John Pratt, who is the Senior Deputy Commissioner of the Competition Bureau in Canada. Thank you. At the last seat, we have Mr. Kenneth Mother, who is the advisor to the chair at the United States Federal Trade Commission. We have one guest speaker, Mr. Benoit Cœur, who is the president of the French Competition Authority. I'm not going to bother the audience to hear my poor pronunciation of the French name of the French Competition Authority. Just go over like the French authority. And she should be connected online, right? Oh, yeah, he's there. Okay, thank you. Okay, in the morning, at the first session, we have learned the experiences of several jurisdictions that have introduced or are considering the legislation of ex-ante regulation over a digital market. In the second session, we are going to talk about the merger review, because the traditional merger review tend to be performed ex-ante already. We don't have the introduction of an ex-ante regulation like DMA here, happily. So the choice of tools between ex-ante and ex-post is not an issue here. Rather, the issue on the table is how we can efficiently and effectively detect and remedy expected market distortion by big M&As. The economy on the globe today is characterized as a dynamic economy flowering over the digital industries. As an increasing number of businesses are getting involved in fierce competition in the diverse digital sectors, one of the important issues they become most keen should be innovation that could invite new competitive shape in the market. They may try to develop innovative technologies for themselves by genuine R&D efforts. However, that is not always the case. They may find it easier or more efficient or more lucrative to incorporate a new innovator in the market. It is not necessarily bad because it may provide effective ways to startups to recover their investment and appropriate profit so as to proceed to the next stage of innovation with the money collected. It may prove to be a good mechanism for an ecosystem of innovation. However, again, it is not always the case, and contrary to the truth can appear. I mean that the M&A in the market may be utilized as a weapon to kill potential competitors in their incipiency. In academia of corporate laws, we tend to categorize the historical waves of M&A into 5 or 6 stages since the 1980s when the Sherman Act in the United States was enacted to prevent anti-competitive horizontal mergers. After several waves, when the government tried to restrict excessive vertical or conglomerate mergers, today it may be said that we are in like in mid of 6th wave when huge global digital platform businesses try to expand market power by absorbing not only competitors but also small innovative firms from different sectors. Many of them have been analyzed efficient to generate consumer welfare so far. However, today, we became to be alert of potential harms. We also see a new feature of today's M&A in the digital market, different from traditional ones. They are more about gaining an early foothold in a market rather than increasing market share or directly strengthening market power as in before. In a nutshell, digital platforms are characterized for multi-sided nature and network effects, and we are reminded to make an early intervention to prevent excessive market distortion before too late. Now, one of the tricky issues is that how we can effectively accomplish the mandate without discouraging innovation and efficiency. At the same time, we need to develop more cooperation among competition authorities to deal with the mega mergers that are designed and carried out by multinational platform firms in diverse jurisdictions. International cooperation should be encouraged more than before. Given such issues mentioned so far, it can be said that there is a need to improve traditional merger review process and to share opinions among competition authorities around the world to achieve the improvement. Well, in order to satisfy the need, we may consider some questions. Number one, how we can define a relevant market? Do we have to always to follow the complicated procedure every time when the market changes so quickly? And a de facto monopoly is formed even during the merger review period? Second question is, how can the unique characteristics of today's M&A deals be fully considered in assessing the effect of limiting competition and increasing efficiency? Number three, how to promote international cooperation between competition authorities? And number four, When reviewing a merger, what are the appropriate ways to exchange relevant information and data obtained by investigative process between competition authorities? And lastly, number 5, when a merger review finds competition concerns, how can international competition authorities work together to solve the competition problems identified? So among the panelists, we have asked each panelist to give answers to the questions introduced so far, and they are here with the answers. So let me ask Mr. Kenneth Mulver from the US FTC to illustrate the answers, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I first just want to thank Chairman Han and the KFTC for inviting me to be here. I'm delighted to talk to you today about revisions to the U.S. merger guidelines. The U.S. antitrust authorities are currently in the process of revising our antitrust guidelines, and we issued a draft earlier this summer, as Chair Khan mentioned in her remarks this morning. And we had a few core goals in doing that. The first was to adhere to the US law that we're enforcing when we apply these guidelines. The second was to make the guidelines more accessible and easier to administer. And the third, which is really the topic of the panel today, this afternoon, is to reflect the modern economy. So to start, oh, and I should say, today I'll be speaking in my personal capacity rather than on behalf of the agency. So to start, I wanted to talk a little bit about what it is about the modern economy that we thought required either additional discussion or revision in our merger guidelines. So there's a couple buckets here. One is evidence of changing competitive conditions in the market. There's some evidence that in the US, markets have been growing more concentrated in a lot of industries over time. Indicators of market power, such as markups, have been growing somewhat over time, and even some merger retrospective analyses that have been done have suggested that some mergers that were cleared ultimately did lead to significant price increases. So there's a variety of things that suggest that now would be a good time for us to step back and think about our merger review procedures. Similarly, in labor markets, which are of course not new, there has been a lot of new research suggesting that labor markets are not as competitive as sometimes they're thought to be, and that some mergers have had negative effects on competition in those markets. And the second bucket, which I think has been a focus of the discussion throughout the day, is technology. Digital markets are increasingly important in a wide variety of sectors. They're larger, and particularly when they involve digital platforms, they actually affect competition across a wide variety of other markets as well, where they serve as, I think one jurisdiction, Germany was just referring to these as structurally significant to a wide variety of other markets as well. So they're increasingly important, and they raise a variety of issues. So in our guidelines, we've done a couple things. So number one, we've adjusted some of our theories of harm, and we've done this in a couple ways. So number one, we've made adjustments that are not as large to some existing theories. So in the US, there is a presumption against mergers if they meet certain structural presumptions based on the market shares and overall market concentration of the market. So our revision adjusts where these presumptions kick in. And they really go back to what the courts had accepted for many decades prior to a more recent set of guidelines that raised these thresholds and made it more challenging to bring enforcement challenges. And we just go back to the previous threshold. So that's sort of in the nature of a revision. More interestingly, we've done a number of things to try and make sure there aren't gaps in the way we analyze mergers, and particularly when we're looking at long-run competition. So in looking at long-run competition, there are significant effects that have been talked about today in terms of innovation, in terms of firms entering with new technologies or new approaches that might compete for a market rather than within it. And we wanted to make sure that the guidelines were really addressing these. So there's a few things that we added that I think are particularly relevant when you're looking at those types of markets with really significant implications for how the market develops in the future. So first, we added guidance on looking at a merger that eliminates a potential entrant into the market. So this is, again, not a novel approach. Agencies have looked at this for a long time, but our guidance in the US at least hadn't addressed this particular topic. And it can be really important in markets where you see very few players to begin with, and the main source of competition that's available comes from new firms entering the market. And if that's the main source of competition you're seeing, a merger that ultimately combines an incumbent with one of these new potential entrants eliminates that main source of competition that you're seeing to ensure that going forward, the market continues to develop new competition as these new technologies and business models are developed. Similarly, we added a guideline that talks about entrenchment of a dominant position. So past guidance in the US had referenced this as a theory but hadn't expanded upon it, and we've developed it to a much more significant extent. And this is, again, something where if you have a market where one of the firms is already dominant, the ability for its rivals to expand their output, expand their market share, or for new firms to enter is critically important to maintaining or allowing competition to grow over time or to change over time, rather than having this firm that's already dominant remaining entrenched in that position. And so what we've done is introduced an analytical framework that looks principally at how this merger is going to affect entry barriers. So for example, the guideline looks at whether firms are going to end up with using the merger to decrease opportunities for their competitors to gain access to customers or gain access to complementary technologies, gain access to services that might facilitate switching. For example, a data transfer service that helps you switch from one platform to another, or that makes it easier for you to use multiple platforms at a time. If a dominant firm is acquiring that sort of service, it might foreclose some of the other firms from being able to access business. And last, we added guidance on trends and serial acquisitions. And these are things, again, where what you're really looking at is there some evidence of this market, based on this merger, developing into a market that has very little competition? And if so, how can we incorporate that evidence into our analysis? How can we incorporate what we see, where we see this market heading into the way that we analyze this merger? So those are some of the core theories of harm that we've added to the guidelines to try and avoid any gaps that might be letting digital platforms or other digital markets engage in certain practices that I think we've heard about all day, where nascent threats to their businesses are potentially could be eliminated, and that could preserve their current power. In addition to adding these specific theories of harm that are sort of generally applicable, we've also added some guidelines that really apply those theories in a couple key situations. So the first one is platforms. And the reason for guidance on platforms specifically is that although many of the theories that we've just talked about apply to platforms, and many of the theories that we would ordinarily apply in general apply to platforms, they have interesting and different characteristics that have been talked about this morning, such as zero prices on one side of the platform in many cases, differences in business model between one platform and its rival. And so there's a number of competitive characteristics that can be interesting here. And so how we've organized the discussion is to talk about consistent terminology of who the platform operator is, what different sides of the platform are, the importance of network effects in looking at these things, and then to group the analysis by the type of market that's being affected. So in particular, we talk about competition between platforms, competition on a platform, and competition to displace a platform. And the merger that has an effect on these could be different structurally. So for example, a merger between two platforms will of course affect competition between platforms. But in some cases, a merger between a platform and one of the participants on the platform might also affect competition between platforms. So for example, if you think about an online marketplace that acquires one of the merchants that sells through its marketplace, that merchant might have been using multiple platforms prior to the merger, and post-merger might become exclusive to one of the platforms, thereby limiting the access to the network effects, the beneficial network effects for that rival platform, without necessarily even improving the first platform. It's really just having that effect on the rival. So these types of effects can happen in a wide range of different ways. And we apply a similar framework when we're looking at competition on a platform where you have same merger between the platform and one of the participants on the platform, but now you might also need to look at how competition is affected among the group of product suppliers that are using the platform, because it creates the opportunity for self-preferencing and those sorts of behaviors. So, and the final example I'll give, competition to displace a platform. What we really have in mind here is something like the fear that Microsoft had about Netscape 25 years ago. There was concern that browser-based software that was operating system agnostic would weaken the barriers to entry in the operating system market by making it easier for people to switch operating systems, and because they'd be able to keep their software applications. And so in that case, Microsoft monopolized the market by blocking Netscape from getting distribution. But what we have in mind here is if instead of blocking Netscape's distribution, Microsoft purchased Netscape, and then they could control whether Netscape continued its development and continued to facilitate entry by rival operating systems, and ultimately made the operating system a much less central feature of computing to the users. That would be the sort of technology that might displace a platform. So next, we also have a discussion where we talk about labor markets. And again, very briefly, we talk about some of the core features of labor markets that are important in analyzing those, but we're really applying the same types of theories of harm that would apply in any other market, or at least in any other buyer power situation where you're worried about monopsony. And the one thing here that I'll flag is under US law, merger review is supposed to consider the competitive effects in any line of commerce, in any market. And so what we call out is that harm in a labor market, which is, I think, traditionally had been of less focus, at least within the US, by the antitrust agencies. Harm in a labor market by itself is actually a sufficient justification for challenging a merger without balancing that harm against the effects, whatever they might be, in other markets. And this is really a function of how the US law is structured, which directs us to pay attention to competition in any relevant market. The last thing I want to talk about is this has come up briefly and was mentioned by Professor Huang. Market definition is also something that we've tried to update to address the market, the modern economy. We've done that in a couple ways. So given the need to define markets in some settings where you have zero price markets like digital markets, as well as a more general, as well as to just generalize the test, we have adjusted the way we define markets using the hypothetical monopolist test. So we've expressly described how we can apply that test using non-price changes that a monopolist might impose on their overall product offering. So conceptually, the test is about who can customers substitute to in the event that a monopolist is overall offering a worse deal. And rather than simply focusing on the price aspect of that deal, we've really expanded to talk about other terms. So we've changed the acronym from SNP to SNPT and I do apologize, we couldn't come up with a better acronym than that. But the general idea here is that we want to be sensitive to other types of changes, and this is particularly relevant in zero-price markets. And the last thing that we've done is we've expanded market definition to cover scenarios where we don't have data to conduct the hypothetical monopolist test, or where the competitive analysis that we're undertaking isn't particularly sensitive or dependent on what the definition of the relevant market is. So for example, for a long time, unilateral effects analyses have been driven by diversion and margin data from the firms themselves that are merging, and it's not driven by market shares or an analysis of how many sales are being diverted outside of that pairing of firms. And so when you're conducting an analysis like that, or several others that we have, it's much less critical to define a market very precisely. And so we've tried to account for that by recognizing more qualitative and simpler to apply approaches so that we can meet our legal obligation to identify the market that's being affected without spending quite as much time and resources on a question that ultimately doesn't affect the competitive analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken, for the wonderful illustration of the proposed guideline. Well, I have a question for you. In the critics community, the new proposed merger guideline seems to be accepted to rewrite the framework of the merger review. It means that some people say that the approach seems to be hard and skeptical. So particularly it seems to set a presumption of illegality about a merger that create or involve a firm over 30% market share, as well as a merger that gives rise to entrenchment or extension of a dominant position. Wouldn't it be regarded too much deviation from the traditional approach? What do you think?
Sure, thank you very much. So first, the presumption based on a 30% market share with a significant increase in concentration. So that threshold was actually taken from the US case law. The case that we have relied on, so in the US, we have relied on a structural presumption in most of the, maybe all of the cases that we've brought challenging mergers for many, many decades. And the first case that really established that presumption, in fact, had a firm that had a 30% market share post-merger, and the court said that if you reach that market share via a merger that has significantly increased concentration in this already highly concentrated market, then that's a problem. So we've taken that threshold out from judicial opinions. So I don't view that one as a significant change from the way the merger review has worked. For the other one, in terms of entrenchment of dominance, again, it's a theory that has been accepted in our court system. It hasn't been applied a tremendous amount recently, but it has a long history of judicial acceptance.
Thank you very much. I have some further questions, but for the purpose of keeping the time, I'll try to raise the question if time allows later. Next, we will hear the voices from the French authority, Mr. Cora, and he's going to introduce the challenges raised by digital mergers in the EU and diagnosing diverse issues like the jurisdiction within the EU and the market definition and competitive harm and remedies and international cooperation. I'd like to ask Mr. Cora to give us a presentation. Would you please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me first thank very much KFTC for setting up this excellent event and inviting me to join. I'm awfully sorry that I couldn't make it in person to Seoul, so I'll do my best to share the European perspective from Paris, as you can see. And as the chair just said, I will clearly take a European perspective, given the way the system is set up in Europe. A lot of it has to be discussed and decided jointly in Brussels. So I'm going to take that European angle to the French challenges. So when thinking about digital mergers, a number of challenges emerge, which have already been discussed by the previous speaker. I would like to focus on three challenges. First, the jurisdictional issue, that is, do we have the right tools to review the mergers that matter in the digital field? And this has not always been the case, and I'm going to expand on it. Second, the substantive assessment of digital mergers, including market definition and the relevant theories of harm. And third, a word on possible remedies and also of issues and challenges related to international cooperation and possible divergences between different assessments in different places. So starting with the jurisdictional issue, I think a good way to start that discussion is to look at the number of mergers and acquisitions by a selected set of big tech companies, which you can see on the screen. So what you can see here is that there has been a large number of mergers and acquisitions by Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Facebook over the last 30 years or so. And what should be really what motivates the whole discussion is that, in fact, only a few of them have been reviewed by competition authorities. So we're not starting from a good place. We're starting from a place where a lot of relevant mergers and acquisitions in the digital universe actually haven't been reviewed by authorities, which prompts a question of whether we do have the right instruments to review mergers in that field. So in the European context, as well as in most places, in many places globally, the review thresholds are it's a notification system with thresholds, and the thresholds are turnover based, and that implies that a number of digital mergers could not be reviewed because they were just too small. Either because the target was a startup, an emerging company with a promising technology but still very small, or because the business model was based on free services, so did not generate a turnover in the traditional sense. And it is not the universal case in Europe. Some European authorities like Spain or Germany have different notification references, thresholds, not necessarily turnover based, but the baseline is that notification is based on turnover, and that increasingly has been felt as an impediment to corporate merger control in dynamic markets, including in digital industries. So what could we do about it? We've actually found different solutions. So we now have a suite of instruments, a suite of tools that can be used to tighten the net and to make sure that we capture the right mergers. And most importantly, we have Article 22 of the EU merger regulation, which has been a long-standing request of the French Competition Authority, which finally the European Commission has accepted. And now, what does it mean in practice? That means that national authorities in Europe can defer acquisitions, even when they are below the thresholds, to the European Commission for review by the Commission, provided that they are relevant EU-wide and that they have an impact on competition in the domestic market. So that is recent. The Commission has issued guidance in 2021 and an FAQ in 2022. And we now have 3 pending cases of using Article 22 to review mergers for smaller targets. One of them, very well known in the competition community now, is Illumina and Grail in the biotech sector, which has been prohibited by the European Commission. It has been deferred by the French authority and a number of other European authorities to the European Commission and prohibited. And we also have the Qualcomm Autotalks case in the car sector, and very recently the EEX Nasdaq case in energy derivatives, which are under review by the European Commission. So this is an important tool. We also have two other new tools. First, we have Article 14 of the EU Digital Market Act, the DMA, which mandates all platforms designated by the European Commission as gatekeepers to report their acquisitions to the European Commission. So that's also a way to kind of throw a wider net and catch everything that matters in the digital fields. And also, we have a very recent decision by the European Court of Justice related to the Towercast case, which makes it clear that Article 102 of the European Treaty, which is about abuse of dominance, can also be used in merger cases when the mergers haven't been reviewed under traditional merger review. So if a merger significantly reinforces dominance by a dominant player, then it can also be addressed using Article 102 of the treaty, which is abuse of dominance, which is a different route from merger review. So as you can see, we now have this broad set of instruments that will allow us to be much more comprehensive when addressing digital cases. Now, of course, we have to be very forward-looking because we used to think about the digital sector as anything that has to do with gatekeepers, with big techs, but we now see data related concerns creeping into all industries, the car industry, the health industry, the education industry, and so on and so forth. So all the considerations and possible challenges that we've identified related to big tech, we are now likely to see them also in other industries, not only in the digital industry, but also in the car industry, in the health industry, and so on. So we'll need to be very forward-looking. Shortly on the second challenge, the substantive assessment, a lot has been said already by the FTC colleagues, so I don't need to be very long about it. But let me say that when it comes to first to market definition, we in France we did revise our merger control guidelines in 2020, also addressing some of the issues raised by digital markets, including zero price markets, two-sided or multi-sided markets, specific barriers to entry, and so on. And even more importantly, the market definition notice of the European Commission, which is now kind of outdated, it dates from 1997, is in the process of being reviewed. It actually will be disclosed, the new version will be disclosed in the coming weeks by the end of this year, and it will address in a very comprehensive way some of the issues which have been already discussed, including multi-sided markets, new barriers to entry, and also the analytical instruments that we have to address these issues. So watch this space, and you will see much more when the new Commission notice is published in a few weeks. The only thing I would like to say at this point is that, of course, we need to adapt our theory of harm to digital markets, particularly to multi-sided markets, and we need to capture the very complex interaction between different markets and different sides of different markets when it comes to digital platforms. So the kind of one-sided, narrow approach that we traditionally have used to assess merger clearly is not fit for purpose. But on the other hand, we also have to make it tractable and practical. So when assessing new ecosystem-related theories of harm in the digital field, I would argue in a kind of prudent way that we need to balance economic relevance of new theories against the risk of incorrect clearance and also the risk of producing insufficient commitments and missing the practical side of the discussion, which is really to identify remedies that work. So we need to think more deeply about these issues and to use also the existing instruments, including the market definitions in the traditional sense, which will remain an important input into this discussion. So we shouldn't throw the baby with the bathwater and embark in entirely new approaches, because we would risk losing the practical side of the discussion. And finally, and this will be my conclusion, when it comes to remedies, of course, as we all know, there has been increasing frustration with behavioral remedies towards digital platforms, and the trend now is increasingly to go for structural remedies or prohibition. And we've seen some amount of convergence, of international convergence, particularly the recent statement of objection of the European Commission towards Google makes it clear that only structural remedies can cure the competitive concerns that the Commission has identified. So there is some international convergence. However, we've also seen a number of cases with diverging outcomes. Some of them are listed on this slide: Microsoft, Activision, Broadcom, VMware, also earlier on Facebook, Giphy, Meta customer, and so on and so forth. So there is still a need for active dialogue and cooperation between authorities to identify the sources of divergences. Not all of them have to do with different views of the remedies. There can be also differences in applicable legal standards, which you can't do anything about, because we operate in different jurisdictions with different legal frameworks, and we are accountable to different constituencies. There can be differences in the nature of the case on different geographical markets, and then only then can there be different diverging views of what are the appropriate remedies. So we have to understand what's going on, either at a conceptual level, and that is really the role of the OECD and the role of the International Competition Network to help us draw the right analytics around these cases, but also practically. And I have to say that cooperation has been excellent globally between competition authorities and also with the industry, with companies providing the right, issuing the right waivers to allow competition authorities to work together. So I'm optimistic about it, but I also acknowledge that there is some way to go in terms of bridging these differences. And I think I will stop here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'd like to ask a question for you. Please be connected. And you emphasize the importance of appropriate remedies in digital markets and the problem of diverging outcomes among competition authorities around the world. If this is the problem, would it be necessary and hopeful for the many national authorities to coordinate the outcomes before each decision rendered? What about the economic situation and market structure that should be different at each jurisdiction? I understand that you have included some of the hints to the answer, but would you please clarify the answer?
So yeah, I mean, I think we should be coordinating as much as we can within the limits of our jurisdictions. That is, in some cases, there are different legal frameworks and there are different legal standards, including court decisions that we have to abide by. And that kind of sets a limit to how much we can cooperate internationally, because there is no such thing as a global competition authority, and there is no legal basis, and even less, I would say, even less political basis for doing so. So we have to be mindful of that, but within that framework, we should do as much as we can to cooperate. And my experience is that in all merger cases, relevant or significant merger cases I've been reviewing since I joined the French authority, there has been a lot of international exchange of information, informal contacts to help scope the choices that we would have to make. That is mandatory at a European level, where everything is, of course, shared and fully consistent between members of the European Union, but it's also working quite well, I have to say, internationally with the UK, with the US, with Korea, and so on. So if your question, Mr. Chairman, is can we do more? Yes, we can do more, but we also have to acknowledge that at some point there is a legal limit to how much we can do, because we report to different constituencies.
Thank you very much, and understood very well. Next, we will turn to the third speaker, Mr. Chair from Japan. He will explain a recent development of merger reviews in Japan with the illustration of the very interesting case of the acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Microsoft this year. Would you please?
Professor Lee, thank you for your kind introduction. I'm Kazuki Furuya, Chair of the Japan Fair Trade Commission. Thank you all for having me today. The title of this session is How to Effectively Review M&A Deals in the Modern Economy. I think one important characteristic of today's economy is digitalization. Merger reviews is required to respond to features that are prominent in the digital economy, such as multi-sided markets. We are also required to address challenges such as evaluating killer acquisition by big techs. From these perspectives, JFTC has revised the merger guidelines in December 2019 and published a statement about our initiatives for strengthening enforcement in June 2022. Today, I will talk about those initiatives at first. Then, I will introduce a recent merger case in digital markets involving Microsoft and Activision Blizzard. Finally, I will refer to two important initiatives among other things that the JFTC has recently achieved in relation to merger reviews. First, I would like to introduce the amendment of the merger guidelines. In 2019, the amendment was made in order to accurately respond to merger cases in digital markets. We clarified our approaches to market definition and assessment of anti-competitive effects in light of characteristics of digital services, such as multi-sided markets and network effects. For example, the guideline discusses market definition. There are cases where platform providers services for free to consumers while providing services to firms such as merchants by charging fees. In such cases, the online platform may create a multi-sided market with multiple different user segments. The JFTC basically defines markets for each user segment for the cases. However, if there are strong indirect network effects, we may define one market comprising those different user segments in an overlapping manner. Moreover, when it comes to assessment of anti-competitive effects, impact of direct network effects on competition in the case of single homing are likely to be greater than that in the case of multiple homing. The revised guideline define that the JFTC may assess competitive effects of mergers based on these characteristics of digital services. A summary of other revised items is shown on the slide. Since then, our merger reviews have been conducted following the revised guideline. In Microsoft and Activision Blizzard case, which I will talk about later, the review was also conducted considering these characteristics of digital services. In addition to the amendment of the merger guidelines, the FTC also amended the merger procedures practices in 2019. First, in order to accurately respond to mergers involving acquisition of firms like startup companies that are small at present but have competitively important assets such as data, we clarified our procedures policies. Even if our merger plan does not meet notification thresholds, we will review it when the total amount of consideration for acquisition is huge. Concretely speaking, when it is more than 40 billion Japanese yen and is expected to have impact on domestic customers. Second, so-called killer acquisitions in which established companies purchase potential competitors before they grow, thereby eliminating nascent innovation and competition, are problematic in some cases, but it is difficult for us to understand intentions and purposes of merging parties when reviewing the mergers from the outside. If we can figure out such intentions and purposes, it will continue to swift and accurate merger reviews. Therefore, we clarified that we may require submission of internal documents by merging parties to confirm such invisible perceptions. Initiatives to respond to development of the digital economy can also be found in our statement published in June last year. This statement clarified that we will work more vigorously to promote coordination and strengthening at advocacy and enforcement, and will enhance our response as an integrated organization to socioeconomic changes such as digitalization. With regard to merger reviews, the statement also refers to 3 initiatives for strengthening enforcement. The first initiative is collecting information and opinions from third parties. Among cases mainly in digital markets, we sometimes believe it necessary to have opinions from third parties more broadly. In such situations, we may collect information and opinion from third parties, regardless whether in-depth review starts or not. The statement clarified that. The second one is use of internal documents. As mentioned previously, we may require submission of internal documents by merging parties at initial stage of merger reviews, especially for merger cases in digital markets. Right after the release of the statement, we published details of practices for submitting internal documents, such as materials at Board of Directors. The practices illustrate scope of documents to be submitted and method of submission. And the third one is use of economic analysis. We have been actively using economic analysis in merger reviews so far. In the statement, we clearly indicated that the M&A division will use more sophisticated economic analysis to understand competitive effects and the effectiveness of remedies in cooperation with the Economic Analysis Office. The office was established in April 2022 to be responsible for economic analysis. Then I would like to introduce acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Microsoft as a recent case reviewed by the JFTC. In this case, we implemented all of the 3 initiatives in the statement I mentioned. In March this year, we concluded that the merger may not be substantially to restrain competition in relevant markets and announced the results of the review. In reviewing the mergers, we assessed whether the merger may be substantially to restrain competition in markets of game industry. For example, we focused on refusal to supply of global popular game software developed by Activision Blizzard for game consoles of Sony and Nintendo, which are competitor of Microsoft. When playing game software, users can purchase it from distributors and save it on users' game consoles. From the viewpoint of possible refusal to supply of such game software to their competing distributors, we found that the merger falls under the safe harbor criteria for vertical mergers, as the combined market share of the parties is below 10% in relevant markets. Therefore, we concluded that it may not be substantially to restrain competition in the markets. Regarding our concern about refusal of supply to cloud gaming service providers, we concluded that the possible input and the consumer foreclosures may not be substantially to restrain competition, given that first, there are strong competitors. Second, there are many game titles in Japan which are more popular than Call of Duty by Activision Blizzard, although it is a globally popular game. And third, it is unlikely that there will be a shortfall in supply capacity of competitors for the foreseeable future. This case was reviewed concurrently by the JFTC and other competition authorities, although there are differences in the result of the review between some competition authorities and JFTC due to divergence of game market situation in each country. We conducted the review while exchanging information with KFTC, UK CMA, European Commission, Australian ACCC, and US FTC. This is an example of active international cooperation among competition authorities. Such cooperation contributes to promoting efficient and swift review of individual cases in each country and region. That is beneficial for merging parties as well. Lastly, before concluding my presentation, I would like to mention 2 initiatives related to the session theme. First one is about the relationship between competition and innovation. Innovation, which leads to creation of innovative products and services, as well as new markets, is essential for sustainable economic growth. Especially in development of digitalization, digital platform could monopolize and oligopolize market and entrench such market environments. It is an important and current policy issue to ensure a competitive environment that can promote innovation in order to prevent the decline of the dynamism of competition. Following these notions, we established study group on innovation and competition policy to systematically discuss how business activities such as mergers affect innovation and its mechanisms. In this June, the study group compiled the interim report, which mainly discusses the issue from the viewpoint of economics. We published the report and are currently inviting opinions from a wide range of stakeholders. We will resume the study group discuss in due course and implement necessary examination for further understanding. I expect that by doing this work, we can obtain new expertise and insights about how mergers affect innovation and future competition. Another initiative by the JFTC is about the relationship between competition and green transformation, which is a realization of green society. In March this year, the JFTC published the so-called Green Guidelines. The purpose of the guideline is to prevent anti-competitive practices that lead to the loss of innovation and further promote the transparency and predictability of the application and enforcement of the competition law to business initiatives, thereby supporting their initiatives to realize a green society. We have made the guidelines comprehensively. The guideline provides our views with 76 hypothetical cases covering not only joint activities, but also mergers and unilateral conduct. This is one of the major features of the guidelines. We have devoted many cases to explaining what kind of mergers are problematic and not problematic. We will actively respond to consultation from businesses and continuously review the guidelines in accordance with development of markets and actual business initiatives. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your kind listening, and sorry for exceeding the time allotted to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I was very impressed about the JFTC's initiative to realize the green society. And my question is that in your presentation, you mentioned that there is an active international cooperation between competition authorities around the world for merger reviews, as having been illustrated in the case of the Blizzard acquisition. And what is the importance and benefits of international cooperation in merger reviews, possibly the benefits gathered from your own experience?
Thank you for your question. Cooperation among competition authorities in reviewing cross-border mergers contribute to promote efficient and swift review in each country and region. At the same time, such cooperation also brings benefit to merger parties in terms of reducing their burdens. The JFTC has been sharing this notion for long years. we propose the establishment of the ICN framework for merger review cooperation in 2012. That was more than a decade ago. As a result, the framework was established at the ICN. Following this framework, competition authorities have been exchanging information and promoting coordination, including necessity and the contents of remedies. As for remedies, competition authorities in countries and regions concerned exchange views from an early stage of their investigations in order to develop consistent remedies. With confidentiality waivers, competition authorities exchange confidential business information submitted by merging parties or third parties with other authorities for designing consistent remedies. In those ways, we recognize that cooperation authorities have been actively conducting close cooperation with each other. As I mentioned in my presentation, digitalization is one important characteristic of today's economy. In such digital markets, businesses are conducting cross-border business activities, including mergers. International cooperation for addressing those cross-border mergers, which are related to digital services, is becoming more important. JFTC would like to continue active cooperation with other competition authorities, including KFTC and our close partners, where today's panelists work for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful answer. Now I'd like to turn to the last speaker at the second session. And Ms. John Pratt is going to show the merger review process in Canada with a focus on how to address diverse challenges posed by M&A in the modern digital economy. Ms. Pratt?
Thank you, Chair, and I want to say thank you to the KFTC for being wonderful hosts and also putting together a very interesting program for all of us so that we can learn from each other. So this is international cooperation in motion right here. I will say before I get started that the views I may express are my own entirely and do not necessarily reflect the Competition Bureau or the Attorney General of Canada. I'd like to just maybe spend some time, Canada is a lesser known jurisdiction, so I'd like to give you a little bit of context for the merger regime in Canada, then followed by a discussion of some of the challenges that is presented by merger review in the modern economy, some of the things that we're trying to do both practically and policy-wise to meet these challenges, and finishing up by talking about the motherhood and apple pie that you've all heard about. International cooperation is good. So first, just a little overview of Canada's merger regime. We do have a mandatory ex-ante regime for mergers that meet certain thresholds, but we can also challenge any merger within 1 year of closing, regardless of whether it meets those thresholds. Our process and timelines mirror those of the United States. We have notification followed by issuance of a supplementary information request and complex reviews after the first 30 days, with a second 30-day waiting period that's triggered once the information is produced. Also, like the US, Canada has a prosecutorial system, not an administrative model. And the standard for intervention in a merger in Canada is a substantial prevention or lessening of competition, which we must prove on a balance of probabilities before an expert competition tribunal comprised of competition law judges and industrial organization economists. Our remedy standard is different than the United States. It is to remove the substantial from the substantial lessening of competition. It is not to restore competition to pre-merger levels. That being said, the substantial merger review law in Canada has not been changed since 1986. recognizing the transformational changes in our economy since that time, and that frankly many Canadians view our competition policy framework as outdated, weak, complex, and slow, the Government of Canada began a fulsome review of competition policy in Canada in 2022. There was one round of legislative amendments that came into force in June 2022, some of which I will talk about today. And although there's no definite time frame for the introduction of further changes, we do anticipate further changes to our substantive law in the not too distant future. So let's talk about some of the challenges. The first one I'd like to talk about is detection. Being able to detect a competitively significant transaction before it closes is step one of the ex-ante merger regime. In Canada, nearly half of the top 30 Canadian public merger transactions by deal size over the past 5 years were not subject to notification in Canada. And only 5 acquisitions made by the largest tech firms, Google, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Microsoft, were notified over the past decade. As you've heard today, digital markets raise questions regarding our notification criteria and whether they remain effective to detect competitively significant transactions in the digital economy. For example, the accumulation of large sets of data or emerging technology may not even generate revenue sufficient to meet our notification thresholds. Second, you've heard some of my co-panelists talk about market definition. We also traditionally employ the hypothetical monopolist test to initially conceptualize substitutability between products for market definition. And as you've heard from others, that tool is easier to apply in a scenario where products or services are sold directly to consumers at a price. But in today's economy, firms don't always sell goods to customers at a price. And of course, you've heard about the multi-sided market or platform, which collects data from consumers by offering products that are at least nominally free, and then use the data as an input into other services such as advertising. So in the platform context, market definition can be complicated for a number of reasons. How do you objectively measure the degree of substitutability between free products offered to customers by competing platforms? The third thing I'll talk about is just the complexity that we're dealing with here. Digital markets are dynamic, they move rapidly, and they can be incredibly opaque. So investigating mergers in digital markets involves ever-increasing volumes of records and data, proliferating and evolving business models and technology, and frankly, it can be difficult and time-consuming to understand how these markets operate using the traditional expertise limited to economics and law. Detecting a problem, collecting and sifting through ever greater volumes of records and data to get on top of the facts before they change, and then taking action where it's warranted, preferably before irreversible competitive harm occurs, is a challenge that demands innovative approaches to the way we do our work. Another challenge that may be particular to Canada is binding jurisprudence from the non-digital era. It can be challenging to measure the impact of emerging technology and innovation to determine whether there's likely to be a substantial prevention or lessening of competition. It can be even more challenging when trying to apply jurisprudence developed in a different era. So for example, the binding case law in Canada, developed in cases involving more traditional industries, requires us to identify concrete market opportunities that are available to new entrants, and to establish that those new entrants would likely have entered or expanded in the relevant market within a reasonable period of time and on a sufficient scale to affect either a material reduction of prices or a material increase in one or more levels of non-price competition in a material part of the market. So we have to prove a lot of things. And it's particularly difficult to apply these tests when it involves the acquisition of a firm that's still developing the products that would challenge other competitors. But when a firm with significant market power extinguishes a nascent competitive threat, even one with only modest probability of success, it can substantially harm the competitive process itself. So applying these more rigid tests in the modern economy can potentially lead to decisions that support irreversible enhancement of market power by incumbents. The last challenge I'll talk about is just remedy design and implementation. Our strong preference has been and continues to be for structural fix, where a business or standalone line of business is sold to another market participant. And we've found in many data-driven markets, it remains possible to sell standalone businesses to remedy anti-competitive effects. This was the case, for example, in a recent consent decree with respect to S&P Global's proposed merger with IHS Markit Limited. In that case, there was the ability to sell the commodity price assessment businesses of IHS without worrying that competitively significant data would remain with the merged entity post-closing. But in other cases where data sets needed for one business line are integrated with another business line, it could be more complex to design an effective remedy without going too far and having a negative impact in markets where no competition issue arises from the merger. So this sounds like an insurmountable challenge, and it is indeed challenging, but what are we doing in Canada to try to address those challenges? So first, on detection, to try to make sure we're not missing competitively significant transaction, we have recommended that our government change the notification thresholds in our law to more effectively capture mergers of interest so that our suspensory ex-ante regime can apply more effectively in the modern economy. In particular, we've recommended changes to better capture merger involving firms with revenues from sales into Canada, and rules to capture creeping acquisitions that may currently evade detection. We've also invested in enhanced intelligence gathering to detect transactions that may not meet our notification thresholds. Staff in our merger notification unit work alongside intelligence specialists in our digital enforcement and intelligence branch to focus on gathering information to identify significant transactions that may not trigger our notification thresholds. This is particularly important to allow us to detect transaction activity and allow us to use our residual jurisdiction to investigate those transactions before they close or before our one-year limitation period to challenge a merger expires. On market definition, it's not an explicit requirement of our law to define markets. It's an analytical tool that's ultimately used to evaluate anti-competitive effects. So this provides us definitely with a degree of flexibility in doing our work. For certain cases in the digital economy, we may look to alternative methods to assess market definition, or frankly, forego market definition altogether and focus on direct evidence of competitive effects. In cases where we do forego market definition, our law sets out an explicit, non-exhaustive list of factors that can be considered when determining whether a merger prevents or lessens competition substantially. Last year, this list was expanded to respond to some of the challenges of the digital economy, to explicitly recognize the presence of network effects, the possible entrenchment of leading incumbents' market positions, and effects on both price competition and non-price competition, such as quality, choice, or consumer privacy. So the tools we use to assess these factors and any competitive effects depend very much on the facts of each case, as well as on the availability of both qualitative and quantitative evidence. We do have discretion to determine which economic or other tools we think is appropriate, and as the economic tools evolve, so will our analytical approach. Practically speaking, to meet these challenges as an organization, we have implemented a digital strategy that is less external-facing and more internal-facing. Core to our strategy is the launch of our digital enforcement and intelligence branch. It acts as a center of expertise on digital business practices and technologies and provides intelligence expertise for all areas of enforcement under the Competition Act in Canada. The branch is comprised of two parts. There's an intelligence directorate that provides expertise related to proactive intelligence gathering, behavioral economics, and remedies. And there's a digital enforcement directorate which provides expertise on how companies use technology and data in the marketplace and how the Bureau can use technology and data to enhance our enforcement work. We've been busy recruiting employees with diverse and specialized skill sets, such as data scientists and data engineers, who understand advanced analytics, algorithms, machine learning, and data. and that are used by the market participants so that we can couple their expertise with the existing expertise in economics and law within the organization. But frankly, there are some things that we don't think that we can practically address solely through the way we do things and developing the jurisprudence. So although we've made significant efforts to adapt to the challenges, there are limits. And with respect to mergers, in order to address those challenges from the existing jurisprudence developed during a completely different era, we have recommended a number of changes to the government with respect to the merger laws in Canada. I already noted the recommended changes with respect to our notification provisions to better capture or calibrate our notification regime. We've also recommended that our law be changed to align more closely with our trading partner to the south, the United States, by adopting structural presumptions and a remedy standard that restores competition to pre-merger levels. We've also recommended that the merger provisions in our law specify that a substantial lessening or prevention of competition may be inferred from a merger that appears reasonably capable of having anti-competitive effects or of making a significant contribution to the creation, maintenance, or enhancement of the ability to exercise market power. Our thinking is that our law needs to adapt to focus on the probability of harm to the competitive process itself, rather than the impact on specific outputs of the competitive process, such as likely price increases. One other area, international cooperation. This will be no surprise, I don't think, to anyone that we think international cooperation is great, is necessary, and frankly is critical in today's economy. Canada is a relatively small, open economy that's inextricably tied to global markets, most notably our neighbor to the south. As a small player in a much larger world to which we are inextricably connected, cooperation allows us to more efficiently and effectively harness and meet the interests of our own economy. Harnessing the experience, the lessons learned, and the critical thinking of agencies facing similar issues allows all of us to learn and adapt more quickly and effectively. This can happen at international events like this one, through dialogue at the OECD and the ICN, as well as in meetings amongst competition authorities. It can also take the form of case cooperation on particular mergers. In instances where the Bureau has collaborated with other authorities simultaneously reviewing the same deal, we have found waivers to be really important. Waivers allow our teams to discuss and share documents received from both the merging parties or third parties, share information received through conversation with market participants, and talk about theories of harm or even potential remedies where appropriate. I think I will probably echo some of the comments this morning and here to say that cooperation does not always mean alignment. Our dialogue is important not only to avoid unnecessarily conflicting outcomes that could undermine predictability for business, but also to understand where and why we are not aligned and how the actions of one jurisdiction could have an impact in another. Where there's not alignment, in my experience, that's because there are different facts or framework laws that mean there must be tailored outcomes. Having good cooperation and dialogue in those situations is actually crucial so that we can understand how differences may impact outcomes in our own jurisdictions and for another jurisdiction to understand that so that those risks can potentially be mitigated where possible and appropriate. So I'll stop there, but I think merger enforcement, it demands adaptation and innovation by the agencies themselves, in addition to our framework laws, and international cooperation remains crucial to be able to leverage the expertise of all of the great intellectual capacity we have at the agencies worldwide so that we can adapt to the benefit of our own citizens in each of our countries.
Okay, thank you very much. And it was very impressive to me personally to know that your merger guidelines have not changed since 1986. Well, in fact, in Korea, we've changed our laws almost every year. So it's very different and impressive. And you have spoken about the importance of detection in the merger context. And What would happen in Canada if you missed a merger that involved the so-called killer acquisition regarding the, in the ESPNC?
So we have currently a one-year limitation period post-closing, which can be very difficult if we can't detect those transactions. So our intelligence gathering and sharing is incredibly important so that we can detect. Where we can't, there is the prospect under our abuse of dominance laws in Canada to try to address acquisitions that may have been part of a larger anti-competitive strategy. I think it will be no secret to anyone in this room that that is not necessarily the best way to address markets that may have tipped, where you're looking at ex post investigation that may take years to go through the courts, and may ultimately mean that the effects are irreversible. That being said, in appropriate cases, we would not hesitate to use our abuse of dominance laws to try to effect change. We can get structural remedies in abuse of dominance cases in Canada. So that is an option that is open to us in appropriate cases.
Okay, thank you very much. Having concluded each panelist presentation, we have around 15 minutes for the further discussion, and I'd like to try to exchange our panelists' views about the market definition in merger review. In the morning, we discussed about ex-ante regulation at the first session, and ex-ante regulation has a clear purpose to make the law enforcement easy and fast. It may also have a virtue of efficiency of correcting distorted market competition as soon as possible before too late. And do you think a similar approach could be applied to the merger review process? Will it be plausible if we try to review competitive impact by a large merger without market definition? And we have extensive experiences that a lot of disputes are made about market definition to assess market impact in merger cases. And particularly, it tends to be more vigorous and complicated when issues of dynamic competition are involved. And given the background, do you think a simplified way to abbreviate or even omit a market definition process would be justified? And at the same time, will such an approach will be more persuasive in a digital merger case involving big techs? And answers to concerns of excessive false positives you have? And can we depend solely on direct evidence instead of a market definition in finding market power, even for big techs, without inflicting excessive false positives? We understand that big techs are involved in some cases, diversified business areas, and they could be a new entrant in certain markets at certain sectors. How could we correctly assess market competitive landscape before the incipiency grew big enough so that the potential market distortion can be made visible? And can you think of any related cases? And I'd like to encourage each panelist to express your own views freely. And who would start the first? Would you? Yes, please.
Thank you. So there's a lot there, and it's a very interesting question. So under U.S. law, we have a requirement to define a market that we're analyzing when we're reviewing a merger. So we at least can't, as I just learned, can in Canada, we can't dispense with that requirement altogether. On the other hand, we do believe, and we've actually, as I was saying, just put it into our guidelines, we do believe that inquiry can have varying levels of depth depending on the importance of the market definition to the competition analysis. There are situations where, a classic one that's not new to our current guidelines is if you're looking for unilateral effects, you're going to be examining diversion between the two firms that are merging and similar things, and you're not going to be looking at overall market definition. And one of the key advantages of that approach is that going further to be very, very careful about who is in and out of the market isn't particularly important to that analysis. And so I do think you can accurately conduct many analyses in that way. Another point that I think is important and that we tried to spell out in our new guidance is when you're dealing with a firm, which in some cases might be one of the big tech firms, that you think might already have significant market power before the merger, that's not being conferred by the merger, market definition questions to try and assess that pre-existing power, which can be important when you're analyzing the merger in the first place. Is that something that's being entrenched? That type of market definition exercise is challenging when you're doing something like the hypothetical monopolist test, because current price levels or current service levels or any factor of competition has already been affected by the existing market power that the firm has. And so it's often the case that you would want to look at direct evidence of their power that's already present, rather than the types of market definition analysis that we more typically undertake in a merger review. So when you're looking at those types of entrenchment cases, I think in particular, it's important to have a different approach that's sensitive to those issues when you're defining the market.
Okay. Much I understand more than before. And I'd like to ask you one extra question for you about your proposed new guideline. In the proposed new guideline, you have included, adopted the SSNIPT test instead of the SIM test before, and it includes the words of the small but significant increase of other than price worsening of terms. And in the guideline, I don't find any extra illustration about the meaning of that clause. And would you please give us more details about the concept of that clause? And another question is that wouldn't that kind of a vague standard make the merger review process more complicated and more expensive than before, as contrary to the initial intention to make all the merger review process fast and efficient?
Sure, thank you. So with respect to the SNP with a T at the end, the approach there that we have in mind is that in some cases changing quality levels or service levels might be a more appropriate element of the competitive process to look at in engaging what the market is. And this is particularly true, as I think I said, in zero price markets where any price increase is going to be, you can't impose a percentage price increase on a zero price and look at what happens. So they're all very large. And so I think the way that this would ultimately be implemented in general would be looking at how customers are substituting. So when between the various firms. And that can happen in response to a variety of things. I think in one of our cases, that we had brought involving Facebook, we had looked at how customers substituted or didn't in response to some data privacy issues that had come up, and the lack of substitution is what we focused on to determine that something got a lot worse about their service, and customers didn't really substitute anywhere, suggesting they don't have a lot of alternative options. And so the market is quite restricted. So I think we would be looking principally at those types of either those events that may have occurred, or at just how much customers are switching in the first place, to try and see how that correlates with some of these other metrics. And I think certainly our hope is that it will not be increasing the time and complexity of the analysis, but that where you don't have those types of events, what we would be doing is conducting a qualitative analysis of the available options to customers, rather than an extra complicated quantitative analysis.
Okay, thank you very much. And President Correa, would you have any reactions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're asking the very interesting question whether we can review mergers without market definition. And it's interesting that in Europe, we've taken a small step in that direction with the Digital Market Act, and namely with Article 14 of the DMA, which mandates disclosure of any acquisition by a designated platform without market definition. It's just the fact that just out of being designated by the Commission. So that's a small step in that direction, but you have to be, the logic here is very much a logic of dominance and reinforcement of dominance, right? And there is a presumption that any acquisition might reinforce dominance and has to be reviewed. Now, for all other acquisitions, I would argue, just like my colleagues did earlier, that market definition remains an important tool. I think that Commissioner Pratt had the right approach to it, saying it's an analytical tool that we're using, and so we have to use it. It does not it does not prescribe the conclusion. So, for instance, in relation to a multi-sided platform, in some cases, we may define a relevant product market for the products offered by a platform as a whole. In other cases, we might define separate markets for different sides of the platform, and so on. So you can use it in a flexible way, but that's an analytical tool that you need. And there is a quote by General Eisenhower that I like a lot. General Eisenhower said, plans are useless, but planning is of the essence. So maybe we could say that defining market is useless, but market definition is of the essence.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, Freya, would you?
Oh, it's a difficult question to answer clearly, but market definition is to get the ideas of the scope of competition, and will provide useful condition to decide whether the proposed merger would be substantially to restrain competition. But to define a precise market is not always necessary. For example, when reviewing mergers involving new products or services which are rapidly growing and expected to develop and change drastically in the future, we may define multiple relevant markets for reviewing them carefully. In such cases, we will not try to precisely define a market involving both new and existing products or market. Rather than we will separately define a market for new ones and a market for existing ones. As such, in the digital economy, whether a merger involves a big tech or not, there may be cases where we do not decide a precise market definition, depending on the characteristics of the cases. However, I think market definition is still an important tool to evaluate competitive impact of merger from various points of view. On the other side, it has been pointed out that competition is a competition for markets rather than a competition in the market. It is difficult to explain clearly, but given these characteristics of digital market and the intensity of changes in market situation, not only market definition and analysis of theories of harm in a relatively short-term frame, but also dynamic analysis of impacts on innovation and future competition and long-term projections is necessary to improve merger review in digital markets. I think that, I conclude.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is almost the case in Korea. Ms. Pratt, would you like to add some more comments?
I guess I'll just pick up on,
Okay.
you know, the potential for false positives. I don't think that's something, a concern that I would share, maybe because I'm coming from a prosecutorial model and we would still have the burden to prove using qualitative evidence that there was going to be a substantial lessening of competition. So I think, you know, false positives to harm mergers that are really pro-competitive is not something I lie awake at night worrying about. So I'll just leave it at that. I think the flexibility to apply market definition where it's appropriate, but recognizing it's an analytical tool, I think is something that's very important in our jurisdiction. If you have evidence of market power and you have evidence that the market power will be enhanced through the transaction, maintaining the flexibility to look at decreases in quality through customer switching or surveys is equally important. It cannot be that we say, oh, it's not priced, therefore it's too hard, therefore we're not going to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have done our initial job, and but we still have some several extra minutes to receive any questions from the floor, and I'd like to encourage the audience to raise your hand and give some questions you might have. When yes, and when posing your questions, please identify your affiliation. Would you please give the mic at Mr. John at the first row? Because of the light, I have a very bad vision, so please raise your hand for the next question.
Good afternoon. I am Yunhan Huang, a partner from Yulchon LLC. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have a question to Mr. Ken Berber from US FTC. I am very interested in recent draft guideline, especially in new standards for vertical deals. The draft guidelines provide more clarity on vertical mergers, saying that a deal that allows the buyers to control 50% or more of key input is presumptively unlawful. And you also answered Mr. Huang Li that 30% market share threshold in horizontal merger is from the past precedent. My question is, do these thresholds have any economic rationale or economic evidence?
Thank you very much, Mr. Huang. And I'd like to have two more questions. And please pass over the mic to the Mr. John at the first row, please.
그 기업 결합 심사와 관련해서 시장 획정 문제를 지금 많이 토론 주셨는데 아시다시피 이 디지털 경제는 세계화 과정이 진행되면서 더욱더 확대되고 있습니다. 이런 상황에서 시장 개념의 확정은 무한경쟁 시대이기 때문에 시장의 그 범위가 전 세계의 시장으로 봐야 되지 않느냐는 게 옛날에 그 제조업 전성시대와 달리 그런 생각이 드는데 이거에 대해서 적정한 답변을 좀 누가 해주셨으면 좋겠고요. 두 번째로는 일본의 그 후루야 위원장께 질문인데 한국 공정거래법이 일본 법과 유사한 점이 많습니다. 과거에 일본 법에 일본이 경제성장 과정에서 기업결합 심사와 다만 문제에 대해서는 비교적 일본 국내 문제를 감안해서 여러 가지 이 온건한 태도를 취한 것으로 알고 있는데 지금 어느 정도로 강화시키고 있는지 여부와 그다음에 그 친고죄 일본 고세이 도리이키 인가에 이 고발이 있어야 검찰이 논하도록 되어 있던 조항이 있었는데 지금 그거에 대한 일본 정부의 입장은 무엇인지 좀 답변해 주셨으면 고맙겠습니다.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chon. And I'd like to have one final question. Yes, Mr. Chon.
Thank you for your very impressive presentation and interesting discussion. I'm working in the tech platform firm in Korea industry. I'm not sure, but as far as I understand that the US FTC's the revision draft of the merger review guidelines is expected to strengthen regulation in more strict ways from the industry's perspectives. And I believe that the Japanese 2019 merger review guideline was amended in the same directions. I'm just wondering if you had hearing procedures with tech firms or startups in the process of revising the guidelines. Didn't you have any major voices or concerns from the industry side, both big tech firms and startups? So if you had, could you share them? And then do you have any concerns of chilling effects such as discouraging innovative M&As? This question goes to Kenneth from the US FTC and Kazuyuki from the JFTC. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have 2 or 3 questions directed for Mr. Maber, and I'd like to encourage President Kerr and Ms. Pratt to answer the rest of the questions about the global market. And would you start, Mr. Maber?
Sure. So the first question had to do with some of the thresholds that appear in the draft merger guidelines, both in vertical transactions and in horizontal transactions where one of the firms has 30% share to start with. And the question was, is there any economic justification for these thresholds? So the answer I would give is yes. In general, in drafting these guidelines and in consultation with many, many economists, there's no real models of competition in which you wouldn't have more concerns about the competitive effects of a transaction as the degree of concentration is increasing, notwithstanding the fact that there's also plenty of literature saying you can't regress market concentration on prices and expect to have some kind of meaningful output. You still do see the relationship between reducing the number of firms and having less competitive outcomes in those markets, especially when those mergers are happening, when those increases in concentration are happening through merger. So I think directionally the answer is yes. The specific thresholds are being taken from case law, which has been in effect for a long time. Second question had to do, that was directed at me in particular, had to do with the process that we're using in revising the guidelines and whether we're hearing concerns in particular from large tech companies. So the status right now of the guidelines in the US is that they're a draft and we're currently receiving public comments. And that process will conclude later this month. And we anticipate, I think we already have something like 1,000 comments on our docket, and we expect to receive a lot more. I assume that large tech companies, I haven't checked to see if they've submitted comments already, but if they haven't and they have concerns about this chilling innovation, I'm very confident they'll let us know, and we'll be taking a look at all of those comments and considering what they say. In terms of concerns about chilling innovation, I would just flag a couple things. So one, I think one thing that we did hear about in the last round of comments that we did, and that I've heard several people reference, is that sometimes startups are encouraged to enter a market because their exit strategy is to sell to a big firm. And I think that happens, and that's true. But there are also startups that go to seek funding and can't get it to even get off the ground because there's a lot of concern that very large companies have significant market power in a related industry and are going to choke off their ability to gain any users or grow their business in the first place. So there's a little bit of tension in which way that type of effect can go. The behavior of very large tech companies might discourage funding for new startups. And at the same time, there are instances where startups do have that as an exit strategy, which may or may not lead to increased competition, since if their exit strategy is to sell to the large incumbent, then you end up with perhaps a slightly improved technology, but the same set of firms in very significant positions of power. So in any case, the process is still ongoing and is quite open, so we do anticipate hearing concerns about that, which we'll be reviewing as we look at it.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments and answers? Mr. Curry, do you? No. No. Okay, then, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you for asking me many questions, but I can't hear you through this device, so sorry. So I and my colleague answer later in person, so sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to conclude the second session. And I believe that we have done a lot of a wonderful job to discuss the merger review process regarding the digital mergers. And thank you very much for each panelist, and thank you the audience for the careful listening. And let's call it on the second session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our moderator and all speakers of this session. Thank you very much once again. This brings us to the end of session 2 of the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. Thank you very much once again for the passionate debate. And we'll start the final session at 4:10 p.m. So it would be very appreciated if you be seated before it begins. Thank you very much once again. We'll take a short break. Thank you. 감사합니다. Welcome back, everyone. We'd like to begin the final session 3 of today's forum. Yes, you must be a little worn out from having so many discussions, but which is quite heated since the early hours. Thank you very much for being with us until the very end of today's programs. Now I would like to start a session on the theme of how to regulate preferencing by platforms. So it is my great honor to announce that session 3 will be presided over by the Honorable Dr. Yong Lim, Assistant Professor of Seoul National University School of Law. Dr. Lim contributed as a Winter BOK, a visiting professor at Penn Carey Law. He served as the Associate Dean of Student Affairs at the School of Law, Seoul National University. Prior to his academic roles, Dr. Lim practiced as an attorney at Kim and Chang. So now it is my great honor to hand off the microphone to our distinguished moderator. Would you please take the microphone? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you. So welcome to the third and the last panel of today's forum. The title is, as you have heard, When and How to Regulate Self-Preferencing by Tech Platforms. I'm sure you enjoyed the two previous panels. I did, and found them to be very informative. I hope this panel will be as interesting and stimulating. Self-preferencing has become a key term for competition law and regulation in digital markets. And as the law continues to develop around the conduct, self-preferencing has turned out to be much more complex and in some cases contentious. Now, part of the complexity and perhaps controversy comes from the conceptual ambiguity that the term itself embodies. As most would agree, the term is quite expansive and can cover conduct that could seemingly be reached by conventional competition law under different conduct labels. So why does the conduct warrant a different approach when it occurs in digital markets and/or carried out by platform businesses? And if so, under what circumstances? The first panel this morning, in fact, did provide responses to these questions at a high level of digital markets and competition, but I believe the questions should also be examined at a level more specific and tailored to particular conduct. If you were to answer the first question in the affirmative, as certain jurisdictions have, the question then becomes, what actual approach should we take? Is ex-ante intervention and possibly per se treatment warranted? And again, if so, when and under what circumstances? A final, but no less important and difficult problem is what are the appropriate remedies for such conduct if it is found to be problematic? As competition authorities have come to realize, the type and scope of possible remedies matches the breadth and variance of conduct that can be captured under the label of self-preferencing. In particular, if the conduct is implemented through algorithms, as is often the case for digital markets, how does one devise a remedy that prevents an algorithm or its usage to not result in self-preferencing? For example, what metrics should developers and firms use or pick among the dozens of metrics that purportedly achieve machine learning fairness? These are questions that cannot be simply brushed away, even in the case of ex-ante regulation, because these and related questions go to the heart of compliance. We hope to shed light on these questions through the panel discussion today, and I would like to now introduce the panel to you. We have an excellent slate of experts for this panel, and I should point out that we have met Chairman Jenny's recommendation of mixing up the panel in terms of vocation and expertise. So we have current and former regulators, academia, and practitioners with backgrounds in law, economics, and industry. So immediately to my left is Andrew Foreman. He currently serves as a Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division at the U.S. Department of Justice, with the focus on civil enforcement. Prior to his time with the DOJ, Mr. Foreman was a partner in the Washington, D.C. offices of two national law firms, where his practice focused on merger and conduct matters before federal, state, and foreign antitrust authorities. To his left is Jae-pil Choi. Professor Choi is a university distinguished professor in economics at Michigan State University. He has taught at the University of New South Wales, Seoul National University, and Columbia University. He also served as the president of the Korea-America Economic Association. He has written extensively and has been widely recognized for his research on economic issues related to platform markets, network effects, tying arrangements, and intellectual property rights. And last but not least is Hyun Kim. Ms. Kim is the Director of Competition Policy for Asia Pacific at Meta, based in Singapore. Before joining Meta, she was on antitrust counsel for Samsung Electronics, handling all aspects of international antitrust matters related to semiconductor and mobile businesses. Prior to Samsung, Ms. Kim practiced EU competition law at Covington and Burling in Brussels. And online, we are joined by Andrea Coscelli. Dr. Coscelli is a senior partner at Keystone Strategy and head of its European practice. Before Keystone, Dr. Coscelli was the chief executive of the UK Competition and Markets Authority for 6 years until July 2022. He is a leading European expert in antitrust and competition economics and has over 25 years of experience, particularly in the telecoms, media, and technology space. So with that, we will begin the discussion. And Andrea, I'd like to start with you and would like to sort of set the landscape about what self-preferencing is and how it is regulated by competition authorities. So in Korea, we are very well aware of the Google Shopping case in the EU and other cases and the DMA. And there is a Naver Shopping case in Korea. But I think the UK CMA and its enforcement efforts are lesser known. And so I'd like to ask you to share how has the UK dealt with self-preferencing by tech platforms? What are the representative cases and enforcement actions for such conduct?
Great. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and apologies I cannot be there in presence, but I had some commitments in London today. Let me first start with a very general point, which is that self-preferencing is prevalent in the economy. We have had self-preferencing for a very long time in many markets. And in many ways, the control of self-preferencing through sector regulation and legislation is not new. This is something that has happened extensively in Europe, in the telecoms industry, in the energy industry, in the financial services space for quite some time, and the same in the United States and other jurisdictions. Now, if we look at digital markets specifically, and if you look at the 2010s, essentially there was a view that issues of self-preferencing and various issues in this market could be dealt with through standard legislation. So merger enforcement and antitrust. The reality is very little happened during that decade. So essentially there was no merger enforcement, at least in Europe and the United States, on the digital space when, let's say, the gatekeepers bought other companies. And antitrust, and you mentioned the Google Shopping case in DC, there were some antitrust cases, but they were very slow, and there was a very common perception that they didn't really address the complaints and the issues. And so since the late 2010s, there were a number of studies, the Furman report in the UK, studies in the EC, in the US, proposing various forms of ex-ante regulation for companies with significant market power in the digital space. And that's a genesis that led to the DMA in Europe and an equivalent bill that is currently in the UK Parliament for ex-ante regulation in the digital space. So self-preferencing by gatekeepers, which is what is termed now in the terms of the Digital Markets Act in Europe, is a subset of these concerns. And in the last few years, there has been more enforcement on the merger control space as well. So let me just mention quickly some of the UK cases, which I think contain a wealth of evidence about the issues, about the concerns and the possible remedies. I'm not obviously going to go into much detail given the time, but I think it should give you a flavor of the issues, and then maybe we can come back to some of these issues later on in the discussion. So there are 5 major cases that I wanted to cite in the UK. 2 are merger decisions and 3 are sort of market studies or antitrust cases. So the first one is a market study in 2020 by the Competition and Markets Authority into online advertising. So this was essentially on the practices of Google and Meta, and a number of concerns were raised by multiple market participants in front of the CMA. And the slide I have here focuses on a subset of those, which is about the ad tech space. Now, I would note that this is a space where there are multiple ongoing investigations in multiple jurisdictions. So there is a parallel, there's an antitrust case in the UK, there is an antitrust case ongoing in the EC, and obviously there is a major case by the Department of Justice that is going to go to trial soon, and also a parallel initiative in the US by the Texas Attorney General and others. And all of these cases have in common concerns about conflict of interest by Google because of their strong position in a number of interrelated markets. You can see on the right-hand side of the slide, the very high market shares of Google, both on the supply side and on demand side of their tech. These are the tools that are offered to publishers and advertisers to match and sell online advertising. Google also has a strong position in the exchange that connects the demand and the supply side. And various remedies were put forward by the CMA in its investigation. And the remedies are linked to things like data separation, data silos, mandating interoperability, consumer choice, all the way to separation remedies and potentially structural breakups and divestments, which is also something that is in play in the current US cases. And interestingly, when you look at the Digital Markets Act, which, as people know, is actual legislation, and actually this conference today is very timely because the European Commission is now expected tomorrow to issue its list of designated communication providers, core platform services. So tomorrow will be a list of exactly the services that the gatekeepers will have to look at the regulation and comply with the regulation because of the designation. So the Digital Markets Act, in terms of the current global discussion of digital regulation, is very much the main game in town, and the next 6 months are going to be an extremely active and relevant period for the setup of this legislation. The second case I want to briefly mention is a market study into mobile ecosystem. So this is essentially the Apple Store and the Google Play Store. This was a big market study looking into various commercial practices and dealing with various complaints. And as you can see in the slide, the complaints were about restrictions that the App Store, the App Stores were putting in place, and they still have in place, preferential treatment of their own apps, and self-preferencing of their own browsers. And interestingly, again, these were all complaints coming into the market study, but a number of these issues are part of live cases currently in front of multiple antitrust authorities worldwide. And the issues about self-preferencing, specifically mobile ecosystems, were restrictions on access to hardware and software, where the level of the fees that were charged to third parties and the differences between the fees charged to third parties and to their own services, the use of default settings, pre-installations, and as in many of these self-preferencing cases, there was an issue about the exchange of commercially sensitive information. Now, the CMA published a number of possible remedies that had to do with essentially allowing side loading and third-party app stores, equal access to hardware and APIs, various restrictions on the sharing on data and also on fees. And again, a lot of these remedies are part of the DMA and part of what compliance would look like if the Apple App Store and the Google App Store are designated tomorrow as core platform services, as many people would expect. And so again, there's a very interesting interplay in terms of the ex-ante regulation with some of these existing antitrust cases. Again, as people know, these antitrust cases bring with them liability for companies, both liabilities to penalties in administrative systems like the EC or the UK, but also to follow-on damages by third parties. And so there is an interesting interplay, and obviously the companies are spending quite a lot of time trying to decide how to comply with ex-ante regulation and to what extent to use compliance with ex-ante regulations to, for instance, settle some of the existing antitrust cases in the EU and in the UK. The third example I wanted to give very quickly is the Meta-Giphy merger. This was one of the first, not the first merger globally that was blocked by one of the main gatekeepers. And this is a case where Meta was buying Giphy, who was supplying GIFs, which is an important input into social media platforms and competition. And the position of the CMA there was that essentially the acquisition would have allowed Meta and Facebook, that was already in a strong position in the market, to essentially do a number of things against its rivals. It would be either cease supply of gifts to rivals, worsen the terms of supply, or condition access to get access to more data, or generally various theories of harm linked to dynamic self-preferencing. The case was litigated by Meta. Meta essentially lost the main piece of litigation, only won on a fairly narrow procedural point. The CMA had to retake the decision because it was about disclosure of some confidential information, and then ended up in the same place. And Meta has now sold Giphy to a rival in the last few months, and so this merger is now concluded. The other merger I want to mention very briefly is this very long running saga of the acquisition of Activision by Microsoft. Again, as people are likely to know, the main concern in the UK and one of the main concerns in the US was about competition in cloud gaming. And again, the concern was that in this nascent or developing important market, Microsoft would own a number of important inputs, some of them already, some of them will be coming with the acquisition of Activision, and it would implement various strategies to raise rivals' costs and make life harder for rivals. CMA blocked the acquisition. Microsoft has now restructured the transaction in the UK, refiled, and currently there is a new review going on by the CMA. But again, it's quite important to see that some agencies, the CMA and the FTC, had again, I would say a similar challenge to the Meta within acquisition, where the FTC in the end lost the challenge in court, but again was about concern with the self-preferencing. One of the concerns was essentially self-preferencing by Meta after acquisition. And then my final point is another case of self-preferencing, which is going on both in the EC and the UK, is about Amazon Marketplace, where again concerns are about sort of discrimination against third-party sellers. So access to data Amazon would acquire through the operating the marketplace business to favor its own retail operations against third parties, various operational aspects of the way the algorithm works, which again will favor the Amazon retail operations against third parties and potentially also linked to logistics. Interestingly, again, this is going to be part of the DMA. In parallel to this, Amazon had a similar antitrust case in DC, which was settled. And Amazon has now offered some remedies in the UK to settle the UK case, and the CMA is currently consulting on that. And so, just to conclude, I would say this is an area which is very, very active. Today there are multiple ongoing cases in Europe, both in the EC and the UK. through antitrust, but also the regulation is coming in. It's coming in a very material way in the EC, and is likely to come in a fairly material way in the UK over the next couple of years, as soon as the current bill becomes law in the coming months. So that's what I want to say by way of introduction. Very happy to take part in the discussion later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm going to always give an opportunity for the panelists to interject. And in the meantime, Andrea, I have one follow-up question. You talked about the EU and the UK being very active in this area, sometimes tackling the same conduct, the same firm. How would you compare the UK's approach with the EU's approach? So what is the basic stance compared to of the CMA compared to the EU? Is there any differences that you would like to point out, or basically are the two regulators aligned?
So I would say on substantive issues, the two regulators are in a very similar place, certainly on antitrust. I would say on merger control, the CMA over the last few years has been a bit more skeptical of behavioral remedies to deal with some of these possible concerns in mergers. So for instance, the EC approved the Google Fitbit acquisition subject to some behavioral remedies about data separation that at the time the CMA was quite skeptical about. On the ex-ante regulatory side, again, I think the DMA and the bill in the UK Parliament try to do very much the same thing, but the mechanism is slightly different in the sense that the EC has tried to be more prescriptive in terms of the practices in the legislation, and tried, I would say, to put a bit more of the responsibility on the companies to comply with the letter of the law, while the UK is taking the view that probably makes more sense to invest more in terms of resources and the size of the regulator and allow the regulator to spend more time to sort of work on bespoke codes of conduct. So trying to be potentially a bit more targeted and specific for individual companies to kind of follow their specific business models more closely. I would say for me, the decision was mainly an institutional design decision. It was not a conceptual decision. It was that the EC had to think about enforcement in 27 countries of different sizes and with different resources at the national level, and so decided to keep the implementation centralized in the European Commission, and that seemed the best way of achieving that. The UK, as a single country, which historically has had fairly well-resourced and sizable regulators, probably felt that they could invest more into this kind of bespoke regime. I think we will see in 3 to 5 years' time whether at the margin one regime is more effective than the other. But I think going into it, I think it's a kind of 50-50 which one is going to be more successful.
That was very helpful. Unless our panelists have any questions or interjections, we'll move on to Professor Choi. I'd like to talk about the economic theory behind regulating self-preferencing. And I think it's also very important because often when people talk about self-preferencing, they talk, or there's a connotation of it being inherently wrong. And I think part of it seeps out in the analogy of umpire playing the same, playing on the field. And so I think it's very important to think about why and when and how self-preferencing could be bad for consumers, for the market, for competition. And so I'd like to pose the question to Professor Choi, really just open-ended: why regulate self-preferencing? What does economic theory tell us about when and under what conditions self-preferencing by tech platforms can restrain competition?
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak at this forum. As an economist, I will make a few general points about self-preferencing from an economic perspective. to set the stage for further discussions later in the session. So the first point I would like to make, this one also is made by Andrea, is that self-preferencing is not a new behavior, nor a behavior specific to digital platforms. So in traditional markets, we often observe private labels in retail, with many supermarkets selling their own store brand products with prominent display. In addition, empirical evidence seems to suggest that promotion of their own branded product can be actually welfare enhancing rather than anti-competitive. Thus, one natural question to ask is, what makes self-preferencing by digital platforms different from traditional industries? And why there is so much concern about it being anti-competitive? I think this has been already extensively discussed in earlier sessions. The usual answer is that digital markets are characterized by extreme scale economies, network effects, and the use of data for personalized offering and customized services. So all these factors create a positive feedback mechanism which can lead to a tipping in the market. So in addition, these factors make a new entry difficult, with the dominant firm being entrenched and compromising the contestability of the market. And the multi-sidedness of the services in digital markets also make a dominant firm the so-called gatekeepers that can set commercial conditions and terms unilaterally. So an example is the European Google shopping case. Google has become a dominant search engine in Europe. It is the first place people go to find anything. So most specialized sites, such as comparison shopping, depend so much on referral traffic provided by Google. As a result, Google's self-preferencing that favors its own comparison shopping site can easily lead to a foreclosure of competitors and ultimately harm consumers with fewer choices. And if this kind of logic is pushed further, some people even argue that dominant gatekeeper platforms need to be treated more like public utilities, and that they have an obligation to be neutral. I should also mention that for these arguments I have made, emphasizing that self-preferencing in digital platforms market are different from traditional industries. There are also counter-arguments, but I will defer these to the next speaker, Hyun Kim. My understanding is that she will make such arguments from an industry perspective. So if we accept that self-preferencing in the digital market is indeed different, and that the platform can use self-preferencing as a leverage mechanism to expand its market power in its core market to adjacent markets, as the next step, we can ask a Chicago School type question, which is, do the platforms actually have incentives to engage in self-preferencing that would harm consumers? The main insight of the Chicago School is to make a distinction between the ability and the incentive. The fact that a firm can do something does not necessarily mean it will have the incentive to do so. So the question is, will dominant platforms pursue self-preferencing with abandon to exclude potential rivals, or some natural economic forces would constrain such behavior? So I will point out several reasons why the platforms may restrain their behavior to some extent. First, usually the platforms for which self-preferencing is an issue are in the intermediation business, connecting potential sellers and consumers. For them, maximizing transaction volume is important. And to achieve this goal, both the seller and the buyer participation in the platform are essential. With excessive self-preferencing, sellers will be reluctant to join and develop new products. Likewise, if a platform recommends its own products, despite it being inferior, consumers will be less willing to use the platform. Thus, the need to maintain healthy ecosystems may deter platforms from engaging in self-preferencing that harms consumers. Similarly, if the platforms are not pure monopolies, competition between them can also track excessive self-preferencing. And I also would like to make one further point, especially to non-economists. The commission fee, which has been also a contentious issue, can be a deterrent to self-preferencing. The reason is the lost commission fee can be an opportunity cost of self-preferencing. So they can be a substitute instrument at the disposal of platforms. This has important implications when we consider potential remedies because the prohibition of self-preferencing can lead to higher commission fees. Perhaps we can talk more about this issue later in the panel discussion. So if the constraints are in the market I just mentioned are not sufficient, there may be room for regulation. In determining whether we need a government intervention, we have to assess the harmful effect of self-preferencing in lessening competition against potential benefits. Finally, suppose that we conclude self-preferencing is a serious issue in digital markets with potential market foreclosure, and we need to protect the process of competition with a level playing field. What can be done? What would be the best remedy? I think this is the most difficult part. As we know, there are two types of remedies. The first one is structural remedies that prohibit dual mode operation. This remedy would fundamentally solve the problem, and in a sense, the cleanest solution because it does not require any further intervention. However, it may be a too draconian measure and may lead to an outcome which is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Economic research shows that the prohibition of dual mode, which forces the platform either to be a pure marketplace or a pure retailer, can be welfare reducing. So it is also not clear if the breakup can be easily done once the platform is already vertically integrated. So a more realistic approach seems to be behavioral remedies. The Digital Market Act in Europe, for instance, sets out several specific obligations on the designated gatekeeper platforms. Concerning self-preferencing, it states apply transparent, fair, and non-discriminatory conditions to ranking and display. This is the basic principle. The question is how to implement this, which remains to be seen. So I will give a few reasons why this is not simple. First of all, the notion of fairness. There's no universally accepted notion of fair. This rule is akin to the friend obligation in the licensing of a standard essential patent. Even though it is required in licensing, no one seems to know what the friend rate is. Therefore, we have a lot of disputes. The same is true here. If the product is homogeneous, and the only thing that matters is a price, it would be easy to identify which firm offers the best deal. However, if the products are differentiated, whether the recommendation is biased or not is difficult to assess, especially when there are many relevant criteria and the consumers receive different recommendations or individual offers. So even if we agree on the objective criteria, rankings can be also easily manipulated with different weights attached to different metrics. And another relevant question is if these weights should be publicly known. Obviously, this will enhance the transparency, which seems to be an objective pursued by the European Commission. But I'm not sure if transparency is always good in this context. The announcement of weights essentially tells product developers how they should make a product in order to be ranked higher. This would be almost equivalent to the platform playing the role of product designers. So obviously, this would reduce innovation and the creative product development. So it is an outcome we want. So I can go on about potentially unintended consequences and the difficulties in implementing behavioral remedies, but we will discuss these in more detail later in the panel discussion. So let me conclude. So as a general principle, self-preferencing may be either pro-competitive or anti-competitive, depending on how it is used and in what context. Economic research offers mixed findings, which may suggest the need for a case-by-case approach that is fact-based and rich in institutional details and the market conditions. So overall, my message can be disappointing to competition authorities who would like to have simple answers, but it is what it is. Okay, thanks for listening.
Thank you. That was very, very enlightening, and I'm sure we'll have more to discuss when we get back to some of the issues that you raised. I'd like to move on to Hyun for the time being. And as Professor Choi did point out, I think many in this room are expecting you to provide a different viewpoint. So I'll pose the question as follows, and feel free to add your views and comments on some of the other questions that were raised earlier. So should competition authorities treat digital platform industries and/or markets differently from traditional industries when assessing the legality of self-preferencing? Should we prescribe ex-ante self-preferencing in digital markets if carried out by a dominant tech platform?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Lim. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Let me begin by thanking the KFTC for inviting me to this prestigious event today. So before my current role with Meta, I've worked in Korea for 5 years. And during that time, and thanks to the KFTC, I had the privilege to work on most fascinating cases in the tech sector, some of which were spearheaded by the KFTC and had a profound impact globally. And I learned a lot and really appreciate those opportunities. So yeah, today I'm happy to share some thoughts on how self-preferencing in digital markets should be regulated from a private sector perspective and also based on Asia regional context. I'm afraid that I don't think differently from Professor Choi much. I actually want to echo most of what Professor Choi said earlier. So self-preferencing is not a new behavior, nor is it specific to digital markets. So it can be either pro-competitive or anti-competitive, and depending on the circumstances, and regardless of the industry. In reality, as Professor Choi mentioned, we see almost all businesses engage in some form of self-preferencing every day, which actually benefit consumers. Professor Choi mentioned the supermarket example, selling their own private branded products that compete with third-party branded products so that consumers can have cheaper alternatives. Another example is online streaming services making their own original content in addition to third-party content so that viewers can have more options. In reality, we also see that the boundaries between the digital platforms and the traditional industries are increasingly blurred. I recently read a book called AI 2041, written by Kai-Fu Lee. And this book, AI 2041, is about imagining our lives in the year 2041, where AI really becomes an essential part of our lives. And in this book, you will find an insurance company operating a dating app or a car manufacturer operating on autonomous driving platforms. So the distinction between the two are really blurry. And then the question is, why are we regulating only certain platforms but not others? So I think rather than approaching this problem through the lens of a specific market conduct or specific market, The competition policy for self-preferencing needs a balancing exercise, both on anti-competitive and pro-competitive aspects, and the unintended consequences of potential trade-offs to be made. It also needs needs to focus on the impact on competition, innovation, and consumers. The impact should be measured case by case, based on the robust evidence for market failure. But as we heard today, certain jurisdictions are taking the view that self-preferencing by certain large platforms can be per se undesirable, and therefore it should be regulated ex ante, meaning before it happens. Professor Choi mentioned that self-preferencing provision under the DMA, so I won't go into it, but from a market perspective, market participants' perspective, yeah, this raises some questions. I'll just focus on two things. One is the absence of an efficiency defense. And the second one is the challenges of implementing the friend obligation. We talked a lot about the efficiency defense thanks to the excellent questions by Chairman Jenny, so I'll skip that part. And also the challenge of implementing friend remedy, I'll just echo what Professor Choi said, and also conceptually, many of you in this room are probably familiar with the friend obligation in the context of telecommunications standards. So these patent holders make a friend commitment in exchange of being included in the telecom standards. But the gatekeeper situation is just totally different. There was no such friend commitment in the first place. These companies worked really hard to become where we are. So I'm curious about how this remedy can be played out in reality. But I'm not saying that all self-preferencing in digital markets can receive a get-out-of-jail-free card. For instance, at the moment, one interesting self-preferencing case is Apple's ATT. Let me briefly explain this. So in 2021, Apple introduced a privacy rule called App Tracking Transparency, ATT. In very simple terms, this ATT rule says that third-party apps cannot collect user data unless the user gives a green light, an opt-in consent. A majority of iPhone users, almost like 60%, decided to opt out, and this caused a major economic loss to most third-party apps. Of course, the purpose of this rule is to protect users' privacy, but is this privacy protection or privacy washing, which is in fact unfair self-preferencing? Let me make 2 points here. First, Apple itself is not subject to the same rule. It's discriminatory against other apps. It's also exclusionary because Apple, as you know, controls the entire iOS ecosystem. Second, from a consumer choice perspective, this ATT prompt asking for consent for third-party apps is rather too simple, almost scary, whereas Apple's own prompt is more positive and emphasizes the benefits of personalized advertising. So several antitrust agencies are investigating this issue, including Germany, France, and Italy. The UK CMA mobile market study found that ATT makes it harder for app developers to find consumers and ultimately harms consumers. Japan reached a similar conclusion in its recent mobile ecosystem. So let me stop here and I'll continue in a bit later. Thank you.
Okay, since you raised the EU DMA, I'd like to actually go back to Andrea and ask a clarification. So the general categorization is that EU ex ante nearly per se, and so it just prescribes self-preferencing. As we all know, there is no efficiency defense explicitly. But there are also some questions as to how draconian actually the enforcement will be. So Andrea, how would you characterize the EU DMA's treatment of self-preferencing with the various clarification and also the ongoing dialogue with the gatekeepers, so-called? Do you think that the DMA could lead to a more nuanced approach?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so first of all, I wouldn't describe the DMA as per se. I mean, I think the DMA is based, what the law says about various practices is based on a number of antitrust cases and obviously economic literature, etc. And so it's not a complete black and white. There is a description of certain practices which are presumed to be unlawful. I think the actual implementation of the DMA is for people like me and people who spend a lot of time on these things, there's still an element of uncertainty, because essentially tomorrow there is going to be a list of companies and markets where essentially you are Apple or you are Microsoft, whatever, you're going to be told for market A, B, and C and D, you are a core platform service. So these are the rules that apply to you. But at that point, essentially, the companies will have to comply. So we'll have to take an internal view about what compliance looks like. Some of the rules, for instance, on data sharing, are extremely complex in the DMA. So essentially, these are legal rules written in law, and I now work, extensively with technologists and computer scientists, and some of these things are extremely complicated. And so the companies will have to take their own view about compliance. And then the question, which is still a question, is exactly how enforcement and compliance will work. So you will have certainly some activity by the DMA unit, so some activity by this administrative function of the European Commission checking compliance. But I think the expectation is that most of the heavy lifting over the coming years will be done through private litigation in the various member states. So it'll be third parties who will rely on their own understanding of what goes on within these big complex companies. And then they will have to fight through discovery in their own individual jurisdictions, so through the sort of civil procedures of discovery, to try to get access to information and data and depositions to essentially try to explain to judges why the companies are not complying. So I think this is going to be a multi-year complex exercise. And as you can imagine, historically, different companies have taken a different approach to risk in terms of compliance. There is also discussion going on at the moment about transparency. So to what extent the gatekeepers will be required to publish detailed reports which explain how they are complying, which obviously would give more of a chance to third parties to understand the issues and potentially complain. So I think inevitably, given the complexity of the matter and the commercial stakes, there will be quite a lot of litigation in this space.
Thank you, Andrea. We're going to move on to you, Andy. People often think that, well, what is the US doing? They often ask, there's no explicit talk about self-preferencing. It's never been explicitly mentioned as a priority, or even in court decisions or by the regulators. So what is going on in the US? How is self-preferencing viewed and dealt with under US antitrust law and policy?
Good questions. First of all, let me say thanks to our hosts at the KFTC for having us. It's great to be on this esteemed panel and in the presence of so many worldwide antitrust luminaries. So it's a pleasure to be here. I guess a couple initial reactions before I get into maybe some of our general thinking. First, which I think goes to one of your points. So the topic of this panel is about regulating self-preferencing. And you may be happy or unhappy to know, I really don't plan to talk about that much. And that is because unlike a lot of the other sovereigns, as we heard, we've been hearing throughout the day, the United States does not have a regulatory regime on this topic. So there have been, in the past couple of years, in our Congress, some laws have been discussed to augment our law enforcement capabilities in this space that actually did specifically try to address self-preferencing, but those did not come to fruition. And so, we at the Antitrust Division think about these issues through the lens of the antitrust laws that we are tasked with enforcing. Second of all, you mentioned some of the specific things we're doing. I actually don't plan to go into too much detail on that today because we're in active litigation, as folks may know. I think next week our trial opens on the Google search matter. That's going to be it's expected to be several months, and then we'll see where it goes thereafter. And there was also a reference earlier today about, I think Andrea mentioned our ad tech litigation. Hopefully, that's moving very quickly. Hopefully, we go to trial on that next year. But that implicates some of the types of issues that we've been talking about here today. Nothing that I plan to address here today is intended to talk about those matters specifically. So really, I want to touch on two things. And again, unfortunately, I think some of this has been covered, so I'll try to be really quick. And then definitely want to touch on some of the points that were made on remedies, but maybe we can do that after. First, how do we think in the Antitrust Division about the various dimensions of competition that play out in platform markets, one, and then two, how dominant firms can impede or exclude competition along those dimensions to create or maintain monopoly power. And so, as Ken talked about in the merger guidelines in terms of one of the organizing principles for that document, it's the same way when we think about our conduct investigation. So we really are guided by the market realities at play, and we ask ourselves, a very simple, but the answer can be somewhat complex. How does competition present itself? And what are the potential threats to that competition in the competitive process? And while that inquiry, as I said, is the same for smokestack industries, platforms, are, in our view, can be fundamentally different in a couple different ways. Those ways have been discussed. First of all, I think we all maybe can agree they don't really fit within the traditional horizontal and vertical lenses to competition, and so that we need to apply an analytical framework that accounts for that. And as my boss, Assistant Attorney General Cantor, likes to say, the geometry of platform markets more closely resembles a complex gemstone than a vertical or horizontal construct. Second, as we've talked about several times, obviously platforms benefit from and thrive upon economies of scale and scope, network effects, all of those feedback loops. And so what that means is they often have an incentive to start open, to induce participation and gain scale, and then perhaps later close it down by leveraging their scale-enhanced market power, and that this can lead to tipping and some of the other things that we've talked about. And to be sure, everything is fact-specific in our law enforcement world, and platforms can achieve scale through a variety of both competitive as well as potentially anti-competitive means. But when we evaluate conduct, we need to account for the scale and the network effects, which can have a multiplying effect on different types of anti-competitive conduct. And then third, which is, this is where the intersection, I think, with self-preferencing comes, is, firms that own dominant platforms often get to set the rules, right? And they can have an inherent conflict of interest when they also participate in that platform. And so those rules on how to match users, the prioritization of users, products and content, the allocation of surplus, information and data accessibility, all can influence the behavior of the platform users and participants. And when a platform is dominant, these decisions can affect not only participants on the platform, but the very structure of the industry across a wide array of related markets as well. So, so we've talked a little bit about self-preferencing, and that term is an umbrella term, and frankly, it's a term, that in some sense makes sense, but that's not really what we focus on when we're doing our law enforcement analysis. And Assistant Attorney General Cantor, again, has given a speech on this, where we're really focused on, is the conduct at issue exclusionary discrimination? So that's really the lens through which we view this in our, in the United States jurisprudence with monopolization requiring exclusionary acts. And so, again, I don't want to open up another can of worms, but like the consumer welfare standard, if, that can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Self-preferencing, I think, has the potential to mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So if you focus on the label, I think we feel like you miss, at least in the United States, under our jurisprudence, the real question at the center of our investigations, which is whether a dominant firm has engaged in conduct that's likely to have an exclusionary effect and cause competitive harm. And so, I guess let me just stop there, and I know we'll talk about a lot of the issues that we've all talked about in a bit.
Sure. I think, as you pointed out, I think there is something to discuss about what we really are concerned when we say self-preferencing. It encompasses so many different conduct, ways of business models, treatment, etc. So, Professor Choi, I mean, in the economic theory, is there any particular type or you might say category of conduct that you might say is particularly concerning under this quote-unquote self-preferencing theory? Is there, so almost like, does time become more pernicious because of that? Or would you actually highlight a particular category in your opinion?
I mean, self-preferencing is kind of a new word. I mean, even though the behavior has been with us for a long time, so I'm not sure whether there is any theory that actually tells what would be problematic and what would not be problematic. I don't think there is any yet, but I think that Andy made a good point. So maybe the focus should be whether self-preferencing has some exclusionary effect on it. Okay? I think that should be, I fully agree with Andy in the sense that just promoting your own product, that should not be a problem. But that is actually equivalent to actually lead to exclusionary effect, because then I think that it could be a problem. So, for instance, self-preferencing can take many forms, but I think one of the problematic area might be actually degradation of the other part, the third party services. Okay, so somehow you degrade, and I don't think there is any potential competitive benefits there. Okay, vis-a-vis just promoting your own product. Okay, I think that should be one of the criteria. In other words, there's some exclusionary effects. Okay.
Do you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, again, just to reiterate. So my what I said was really focused on the legal requirements in the United States. It's not on this broader debate on whether the tech platforms, because of their nature, should be regulated or not. That's frankly, again, I wish I could say some optimism about our Congress passing new laws related to antitrust, but I can't right now. So, when I get up in the morning and when I go to bed at night, we're trying to enforce the antitrust laws as written in the United States. And in a monopolization standpoint, you're required to establish, acts of exclusion. And so that's really the lens through which I'm talking about. In terms of the broader question of whether that other sovereigns have made that you should, whether you should, regulate this and exactly how you should regulate it and what labels you should put to that, I'm not weighing in at all. I just want to be clear on that.
So Professor Choi, going back to your answer, just to clarify, what you would think is problematic is basically discrimination based on rivalry. So demoting a particular partner from ranking because that partner can or is competing with you, and then in that sense, you would think that would be exclusionary. So discrimination based on rivalry would be problematic. Again, this type of theory is not new, right? It's what has been talked about with refusal to deal, tying, all sorts of things. So that would be your point. Okay. So let's circle back to the remedies, and I think it's very important. And I'll tee it off, and actually would like to give everyone an opportunity to talk about remedies. And Andrea, including you. So the CMA in its report, put a full array of different remedies, starting from, as you said, separation, or perhaps line of business restrictions, all the way down to firewalls, and then some data restriction or behavior remedies, right? And so, what is the best approach? Do we do a mix? Should we actually then say, well, have a preference for structural remedies, or for self-preferencing? Should we go more to behavioral? What are your views on that? And you can share some other comments as well. Andrea, I'll start off with you.
Yeah, I think that for me, in a sense, I'm an economist and I spent years running an agency, and now I'm back being an economist. For me, the great learning from running an agency is that you need to think deeply about the institutional aspect. So first of all, the issue here is that for the first time in history, some of these gatekeepers we're dealing with are truly global companies, or semi-global. They're in a very strong position in many countries. So there is, first of all, an issue about jurisdiction. Is it realistic for an individual country like the UK or Korea to ask for a global structural remedy? It's hard. It's hard from a common sense point of view. It's hard from a judicial review point of view in terms of proportionality. So the reason why a number of jurisdictions are focusing on behavioral remedies rather than structural, I think has a lot to do with jurisdiction, because obviously it's different if you're dealing with, say, a national player in a strong position in a particular market. Secondly, I think it's very important to think about the judicial oversight. So if you are an agency, so certainly a very important aspect for the CMA, and I think it's probably the same for the US agencies and others, is what is going to be perceived as a proportionate and effective remedy by a court that is overseeing a piece of litigation and a decision. And so I think the rule of thumb must be that the more severe the problem, the more you think that you move towards structural, because there is a perception that obviously is more intrusive, is more costly. Now, obviously companies do divest lines of businesses all the time. So it's not, I think Professor Choi used the term draconian for structural. I wouldn't use the term draconian in the sense that, there are some instances where obviously you can go for structural remedies and it is possible. For instance, the US agencies will ask for structural remedies if successful in some of their conduct cases. So I think it really depends, but I think for me the two key drivers are really the international, so the jurisdictional aspect, and then really this rule of thumb where you're comparing the severity of the problems, how entrenched the problems are, how unlikely is the market to self-correct. All of these things are pushing you more towards structural. If you think essentially you're trying to mitigate problems where you hope that market solutions will come around, maybe technological change will happen and various other things, then you're more, I think, in the space where you think about behavioral remedies.
Yeah, I co-sign what Andrea said. So look, to us, everything should be on the table depending on the facts and circumstances. When if if you think there's been a violation of the antitrust laws, remedies, in our world are intended to restore competition in the marketplace and deprive the offending firm of the fruits of that violation. And so you, depending on the facts and circumstances, that could be behavioral, but it also could be structural. And so that really should be our guiding principle in connection with tech markets, right? Again, depending on the situation, there are a lot of dials and levers that tech platforms can utilize that can be part of the exclusionary conduct. And if you believe that they are profit maximizing entities, which I think everybody in the room probably does, that if there is a behavioral remedy, then you have to assume that they will at least explore trying to find ways to see if that's if that sufficiently covers what they did, and to see if they can circumvent it. And so you have to ask yourself as a enforcer the question: are therefore the behavioral remedies going to be sufficient to, as I said, restore competition to the market and deprive the entity that violated the antitrust laws the fruits of that violation? So again, everything should be on the table, depends on the facts and circumstances.
Yeah, I agree that everything should be on the table. But in terms of structural remedies, I think there could be, it will depend on circumstances, right? So, there could be some cases where structural remedy can be really, really difficult to implement. It depends on how easy to separate several operations. It all depends on how much they are integrated in their business. So yeah, I'm saying that there could be some cases where it may be a little bit too difficult to implement. Yeah, that's my point.
That's conceivable. I would guess the other thing, though, is on a behavioral side, it's also extremely difficult when you're dealing with algorithms and dials and that kind of thing to be able to monitor that effectively. Again, and coming back to this theme in the United States at least, we view ourselves as a law enforcement agency. Yes, there are times when we have decrees and there's a monitoring function to it, but that, our guiding principle is whether we feel confident that that is going to address the competitive harm and now and in the future. And when you get to difficulty of administrability of behavioral decree, and basically having the government monitor a private business for a long time around that behavior, that can present just as many issues maybe as separation.
I actually would like to make a point. When it comes to self-preferencing, if you think about, let's say, structural separation, it can't just end at structural remedies, because at the end, you're actually assuming that there's going to be dealing. So there has to be a behavior component to the follow-on. So it can't be just structural, right? Even after separation, yes, you might think that, well, since shareholders may be different, or they now have the incentive to just maximize their respective profits, but in fact, you still have to look at how the deal is being, the terms of the dealings between the separated entities. So at the end, it does actually involve behavioral remedies, and there is a behavioral component to this. So I think either way you go, you would actually encounter both the drawbacks of any remedy in that sense. Again, depending on the circumstances, like you said, Professor Choi, there may be just like structural separation, but often I think you will have to entail behavioral remedies. Hyun, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of remedies, because Mr. Cocelli talked about many cases, one of them being the Meta Giphy case. So let me just share like 3 observations using that as an example. So I think the first point that I would like to make is that the need to consider the economic impact of remedies. So Giphy was valued at $400 million, but after the UK CMA's blocking decision, Giphy was acquired by another company, Shutterstock, not a competitor of Meta, at only $53 million. So, you know, it used to be valued at 400, but it was acquired by another company at 53 million. So I'm sure the Giphy owner would not be so happy. And startups view M&A still as a potential successful exit. You know, after years of hard work, this is a honest exit. Of course, Ken presented a different view, but still something like 60% of startups in the US do see acquisition as an exit. So if the legal uncertainty is increasing about M&A, that may slow down the much needed growth and innovation. The second point is the need for checks and balances. Mr. Kochali talked about the judicial oversight, and this is probably a very specific to the UK, but in the UK competition framework, the relevant legal standard for review is a judicial review standard, which is based on procedural ground, not a full merit review. So the only available path for companies was, to send back the case to the same case team to reach the same conclusion. So I think there should be proper checks and balances in case these views are different, so that we can have a chance to get a second look, proper second look. And then the third point is the need for a sound analysis, not speculation. I understand that the CMA's blocking decision was in part based on the rationale that if there had been no merger, Giphy would have emerged as a competitor to Meta, either independently or in partnership with other companies. But in reality, neither party had such a plan, not even close. Snap acquired a competitor of Giphy. Google owned another competitor of Giphy. So this means that the Meta-Giphy deal could have increased the competitive pressure on among these vertically integrated firms. So what I'm trying to say here is that when we design remedies, I think these further consequences should be considered and really based on sound economic analysis, not speculation.
Before we open the questions to the floor, I think we do have to mention or deal with international cooperation because it is a running theme of today's conference. So to you, Andrea, and Andy, when it comes to self-preferencing, we've already heard from previous panels about how important international cooperation can be, should be, and all the efforts going on. Do you see something different or perhaps something that you would like to point out when it comes to self-preferencing in terms of international cooperation, or some perhaps challenges that you see that wouldn't be observed in any other or other categories of conduct? Any views on that, or do you think it's really just the same? Andy, would start off?
Yeah, I guess in my mind it's mostly just the same. The only thing that comes to mind sitting here is, look, whether, I think Andrea said, won't know until 3 to 5 years from now. I think, in the context of something relating to regulation, if there are learnings from the DMA and other similar types of laws at a high level, that is something that we are clearly interested in. I also, adopt the framework that I think a lot of folks have said is when you think of international, cooperation, obviously each sovereign is going to make their own independent decision, but the coordination is effective at a high level on these kinds of issues and thinking and the success of laws, et cetera. And then there is case-specific coordination, typically facilitated by parties who have given you a waiver. And both of those things are, critical. And I know, I will say too, I'm like perhaps some of you, old enough to remember when there was a clamoring from the business community to that international regulators should coordinate more because of some divergence in merger decisions. And then recently it has now become part of the playbook, at least in the United States, for companies to attack the agencies for having normal discussions that we otherwise always would have. And so it's I know we at the Antitrust Division, obviously you need to do it, and it will be done as it always has been, in a way that respects everybody's sovereignty, but international coordination, both at the macro level and at the micro level, is critical, and we look forward to continuing to participate. But specifically on self-preferencing, the thing that comes to mind is if there are any learnings that the agencies that have adopted a more regulatory regime, how that's gone and the things that they're seeing.
So, Andrea, before I direct the same question to you, maybe just add one comment which draws from what Professor Choi had said before. So I liked his reference to FRAND and the similarities we think about when we talk about non-discrimination, which should be the norm and not self-preferencing. And he did point out that there is no universal definition of fairness. And so if self-preferencing, in fact, is based on such a concept, then each society, each jurisdiction will have its own conception or preference for what is good behavior or what is fair behavior in the market. And so does that, in fact, make self-preferencing more difficult to align between the jurisdictions, or do you think that, it's just much of the same with other conduct as well?
I think it's much of the same. I mean, I think we are in a very new place in terms of international cooperation. I mean, if you think about, merger control over the last 10 or 15 years, there's been, more and more coordination on merger control. I mean, while at the same time, there's been a lot of complexity. And if you look at the Microsoft Activision case over the last year, that clearly has shown that the complexity of international cooperation as well. I think on the conduct side, and I would take the ad tech example, I think as a relevant example on cooperation. So if you think about the Google ad tech stack, as I was saying, there are ongoing cases in a number of jurisdictions, and each of the cases done partially through ex ante powers, partially through enforcement and ex post powers. Now, as of tomorrow, the expectation is that Google will be designated, and so the Google ad tech stack will be part of the compliance with the DMA. So essentially, Google will implement a number of behavioral remedies to implement with that. But let's suppose, for the sake of argument, the DOJ is successful over the coming months and years in its litigation, and the DOJ decides in the US that a structural remedy is appropriate and the court is supportive of that. You could see a scenario where Google will have to decide whether at that point it makes sense to go for a global divestment or just a US-based divestment. And if Google decided to go for a global divestment, that would feed back into the actual compliance with the DMA, because some of these behavioral remedies will fall away. So I think what we're going to see in the next few years is a strong, complex interplay where essentially a number of individual actions will progress, and the companies will have to take a view about settlements, implementation, how to deal with individual things, always with an eye to other activity going on in other jurisdictions. In some cases, I would expect the companies to decide to keep the different jurisdictions separate and implement separate remedies and have separate business models. Some cases, they might decide to go for global implementation. And obviously, there are costs and benefits linked to that. And then very quickly, the final point, again, is also how choices in particular jurisdictions are going to feed into litigation and administrative proceedings in other jurisdictions. So if you look at the current discussions on the value of news and the payment by platforms like Google and Meta for access to news, what's happening at the moment in Canada with Meta, and we understand Google as well, are going to withdraw news from their platforms. Essentially, the actual empirical evidence over the next year or two in that particular jurisdiction is going to feed into a number of proceedings in other jurisdictions. So I think that's the way I see the next few years playing out in this space.
That was very helpful.
Can I?
Sure.
Yeah, so in terms of international cooperation, first of all, information sharing is already good. And also, more convergence in enforcement across jurisdictions will be also reduce cost of a business. So especially tech firms are all multinational firms. So in these two aspects, I think that international cooperation is very important. But I think that international cooperation and the convergence is more important in the area where enforcement in one country has a spillover effect on other countries. So that would be especially true in the merger case. I think if we take the example of Microsoft and Activision merger, I think that most countries approved, but the UK is holding up. So in that case, in the merger case, basically, we have the kind of situation where the strictest regime wins, right? So, I mean, even though all countries approve, if just one country just block the merger, then it could block the merger, right? So, but I mean, I'm not saying that the UK is actually wrong in this decision, but if we take the view that the average view is close to the truth, then maybe I mean, the unilateral, I mean, no cooperation, especially in the merger case, could be problematic. But in the self-preference case, I'm not sure whether there are significant spillover effects. So in that sense, I think that compared to the merger case, I think international cooperation is less important. But also, in a sense, I mean, we have a different situation, right? So Europe has a DMA and ex-ante regulation. US, we don't have that. Okay, and different countries have different approaches. In a sense, this may not be actually a bad idea. It could be kind of considered as kind of experimentation, and we can observe what happens under different scenarios, and maybe we can learn something. So it is not necessarily bad. I mean, this might be a minority view, but in terms of international cooperation, I think the self-preferencing is, I think, less important than the merger case. That's my thinking.
I saw that Ken Berber from the FTC left the room, but I wanted to just mention on Microsoft Activision that the Federal Trade Commission is appealing the decision, the district court decision. So that one's still active in the United States too.
So we had actually planned to give at least 20 minutes to the floor for questions. We still have 16 minutes, and so we'll open to any in the audience who wish to raise questions. Please raise your hand.
예, 미국 법무부 그 대표께 하는 질문 하나 드리겠습니다. 미국의 그 독점법 체계가 이 샤먼 액트나 그레이튼 액트가 그 조항이 비교적 심플하고 많은 판례로 이루어지고 있는데 현재 그 국제 경제 상황이라든지 독점 피해 상황이 많이 그 다양화되고 뭐 이런 상황에서 크레이튼 액트나 샤먼 액트에 조항이 없고 판례도 없는 경우에는 변화된 그 독점 피해 또 자사 그 우대 행위 같은 것에 대해서 어떤 기준으로 판단을 하시는지 이거하고 반독점 정책을 미국 법무부와 연방거래위원회가 분할해서 맡고 있는데 그 이유가 뭔지 간단히 말씀해 주시면 고맙겠습니다.
Thank you for the question. So I think just to restate it, the Sherman Act, Section 2, which is a monopolization statute, very few words in the actual law, and then there's a lot of case law that's been developed over time, and so how do we decide as enforcers, to bring an enforcement action, and is there law that supports it? So we spend a lot of time investigating, as I said, any particular conduct. Our Assistant Attorney General, I failed to mention this, has indicated several times that one of his goals is to revitalize monopolization enforcement. One of the reasons why there aren't too many recent cases with at least the United States in front of them is because we haven't brought enough, and that has caused maybe the law not to develop as much. But even with that said, there are several cases that obviously interpret monopolization and that talk about exclusionary acts and entrenchment. There's obviously Microsoft case in the DC Circuit, and there's several Supreme Court cases that provide us a lot of guiding principles. So that's those are some of the cases that at least we take into account. I hope that answered the question.
Are there any other questions from the floor? So while we wait for some questions, I had a question that I'd like to ask related to remedies again. So when we talk about self-preferencing and that you shouldn't discriminate or self-preference, we're not talking about outcome parity, right? It's not that the end result should be the same regardless of, or absolutely the same regardless of affiliation. So I think in that sense, there was talk about, well, maybe we're talking about opportunity parity. And I think that was what, in fact, the Google Shopping case remedy in the EU tried to go after by constructing a bidding system. As you all know, nobody was really happy with it, I think, and many people think that it wasn't really an effective remedy. So what do you think in terms of, so if it's not outcome parity, and we do actually allow for variance if it's, for example, transparent and based on, you might say, common and reasonable metrics or parameters. But then maybe opportunity parity doesn't really work either, and it's not really what we're looking for. Then what are we actually striving for when you say you shouldn't self-preference? What sort of outcome or what sort of state of the market are we looking for? Do you have any thoughts on that? I know it's a very difficult question, but I think it's a really important one and a question that many in the audience also have in mind.
I'm not going to get into too many specifics because I don't think that makes sense, just because, again, we've got active cases and there may be more coming down the pike. But again, our lodestar on remedies is the remedy restoring the competition to the marketplace and depriving the firm of the fruits of its antitrust violation. And so that is what we would design a remedy around. So that's what I'd say.
Any other suggestions? Are there any other questions from the floor that you'd like to raise? Okay, then I'd like to give 2 or 3 minutes each to our panelists for concluding remarks, anything that you had failed to mention or would like to add to the discussion. Andrea, I'll start off with you.
I think my main takeaway point is that what we're talking about here is a handful of situations. So, there is self-preferencing everywhere in the economy, and no regulator is going after that. That there are a handful of companies that happen to be in a particularly strong position. Some of them are in the digital space, some are in other industries, and if you think about ex-ante regulation, this is a democratic decision by national parliaments or the European Parliament to say that there are a specific set of cases where we want to have this extra layer of intervention because we think on balance the benefits are going to be greater than the cost. So it is I think it's really important to go back to these. I think the economics, and probably everyone on this panel agrees, that it's case by case, that there are lots of situations where we shouldn't worry about it. So I think it's important for the audience to have in mind that what we're talking about here is a very specific set of circumstances, and that's where this extra regulation is coming in. For the rest of the economy, general antitrust laws are sufficient. Enforcers are applying those. And I think, as Andrew said, in the US, because at the moment there isn't really discussion about any ex ante regulation, obviously the enforcers are using the existing antitrust laws, but obviously it's important that the modern economic thinking is incorporated into this assessment. And I think it's important that this very specific nature of the industry and the complexity, particularly in digital markets, of the technology, is very much part of the assessment, which is obviously what the DOJ and FTC, CMA, EC, and many other KFTC and many other agencies are doing at the moment.
Yeah, I don't have much more to say other than, a lot of my comments have been focused on the conduct side of the house, or the monopolization type offenses. Obviously, there was a panel before us, a great panel on M&A broadly in digital markets. But these kinds of issues of whether it be entrenchment, whether it be if a merger will facilitate an ability to perform exclusionary discrimination, those are things that are top of mind too in our merger enforcement initiatives. So.
Professor Choi? We talked a lot about DMA in Europe, but I think that it all depends on how it will be implemented. I think that is the key. I mean, it remains to be seen how the Commission will implement. I mean, if they implement it very, very aggressively, then so even though Andrea didn't characterize DMA self-preferencing as a per se violation, but I think it's more like a per se violation. And whether it will be, so the difference between per se violation and the rulable region approach, I mean, conceptually they are very distinct, but it all depends on how you actually implement. I think that if the enforcement is really aggressive, then there would be a really important distinction between per se and a rural regional approach. But I think that if they, enforce a more cautious way, then I think that it would be also more close to a rural region. So I think it all depends on how you actually implement and how you enforce the DMA. But we don't know yet. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I would like to also agree with Dr. Cocelli that when it comes to self-preferencing, we are really dealing with a few specific cases. So I think designing a remedy is a bit of an iterative process to find the right answer. And to more broadly, I think whether DMA or ex-ante legislation is needed, I think the Asia-Pacific region also offers actually a quite interesting alternative models. For example, Taiwan and Singapore, they're kind of taking a wait-and-see approach, not necessarily trying to rush to, do something right now, see how it goes. And Japan is taking a very specific, sector-specific approach based on the market study on the mobile ecosystem and app stores. So, as Chairman Jenny mentioned this morning, ex-ante legislation in digital markets is still very much experimental, and there's certainly need for more global coordination. And of course, there is a benefit of having diversity in the regulatory models, as Mr. Gerson mentioned. But I think the flip side, especially on the receiving side of the end, is that such a fragmentation can also lead to more social cost for companies and consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there aren't any further questions from the floor, we will then wrap up with a couple of minutes left. I think that's actually a good thing, since it's been a very, very long day. Please join me one final time to show appreciation to our panelists with a warm round of applause.
And also thank you very much to our speakers and also the moderator to lead a session that we could have a conversation to exchange lots of opinion and information with a relaxed atmosphere. Thank you very much. We'd like to invite yourselves back. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm so impressive that this is quite heated discussion, and thank you very much to our participants to join us in this discussion as well. Honestly, so as a broadcaster who made it in the media, for me, it was very hard for me to follow and summarize in each session. Yes, summarize what we talk about after each session. Yes, that is one of my job. So that I would like to say once again, thank you for making this discussion more beautiful with your passionate participation at the Q&A. Yes, today we looked into what was necessary in combining businesses in our modern economy with our 3 sessions, and we were able to examine what kind of subjective regulation methods are in the digital market. It was also a time for us to think about systematic method for a fair competition in our ever-changing digital society, as well as we shared detailed cases on how competition authorities should cooperate. Yes, thank you very much for your participation once again, and sadly, we must end our time here. Yes, time flies by so fast, so to wrap up that the forum officially, we'll have official closing remarks. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our host for this forum, the chairperson of the Korea Fair Trade Commission, for his closing remarks. Mr. Han Ki-jung to the stage. Please welcome him.
Yeah, distinguished guests of the Seoul International Competition Forum. Now this time for us close the 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. I'd like to extend my deepest appreciation to all the participants for supporting us to successfully conclude today's forum. In particular, I'd like to thank all of the participants who have eagerly participated as a moderator and panelist, and the audiences from the floor as well. Although it was a short schedule for only a day, I'm sure this year's forum had the most sincere and active discussions than any others. The presentations and the discussions of each session have broadened our perspective on the subjects, helping us find clues to the future direction each competition authority should take. First of all, in the first and the third session, we discussed how to regulate competition laws in digital markets and competition issues regarding self-preferencing by online platforms from a variety of perspectives. As many speakers pointed out, multi-sidedness, free services, and network effects characterize digital markets. These factors distinguish digital markets from existing traditional markets. That's why it is important to promote competition by developing policies that reflect these specific characteristics so as to lay the foundation for fair competition in digital markets. To this end, international competition authorities are trying to establish more effective regulatory framework in platform markets, while taking stringent approaches to unfair practices that stifle innovation. Digital markets change minute by minute without borders between countries, so the competition authorities role of encouraging businesses to innovate and challenge themselves is important. In this regard, it is very timely and meaningful that we discussed legislation trends and cases in digital markets under the topic of digital market regulation in each country. And next, in the second session, we discussed competition authorities' role of reviewing a merger in this modern economy, of which digital markets are an integral part. Through the discussion, we could learn all countries share the same view that effective merger review requires full consideration of digital markets' unique characteristics. Furthermore, the importance of cooperation between competition authorities is ever growing, as M&As are on the rise across borders. In the review process, from defining a market and applying guidelines to designing merger remedies, we need to work in cooperation. Going forward, we should pay attention to digital markets so that new entrepreneurs could have opportunities to grow and succeed, and the competition in this market could remain vibrant. A distinguished guest from home and abroad, rapidly changing global economy is presenting new and ceaseless challenges to competition authorities across the world, including KFTC. Today, we were able to reaffirm that competition authorities should keep pace with rapid changes and remain committed to innovate ourselves in order to turn these challenges into opportunities. Based on what we have achieved from this forum, I will put my utmost effort to keep the forum as a channel for communication where international authorities can discuss and solve competition issues in the future. I'm asking you for your continued support and participation for the future of Seoul International Competition Forum. And lastly, I'd like to extend my gratitude once again to all of you for your devoted participation and supporting us in hosting this event successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To summarize what we talked about today and also to organize this event today, thank you very much once again, the chairperson, Mr. Han Gi-jung. And we just conclude today's 12th Seoul International Competition Forum. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation once again to all of you for joining us at the very end of today's forum as well. And once again, I'd like to express my utmost respect to everyone involved in making a fair competition. Now, with that, I'll be signing off here. Thank you very much once again. Please have a great rest of your day. Thank you. 감사합니다.